1, 2. We're ready? Hi everybody, and welcome to the Student Climate Conference 2021. We're living in the future, and the future is bright when I look out here and see so many people who want to come and use their weekend to talk about climate change and the environment. Room that we have here. So this is where we're going to be today and tomorrow. And thanks to those of you who came to the concert last night. It was really great. It's not going to be quite as charismatic and entertaining from me as it was from the amazing artists yesterday, but we're really, really grateful for them and everybody that came. And it's my job to say welcome to you here, and I should probably tell you who I am. I'm the guy who's been filling up your inbox every time I remember practical details that I need to share with you. So my name is Aled, and I work as a climate advisor in Friends of the Earth Norway, or Hvordan. And this event is a joint event between Friends of the Earth and Young Friends of the Earth, also known as Ungdom. For those of you who, like me, come from another country, Ungdom, Young Friends of the Earth, is a really, really unique thing. And I think people in Norway don't actually realize this, but there are very, very few established young people's organizations for the environment in other countries that have such a big position in the Norwegian debate. I mean, every week you'll see leaders, local leaders, regional leaders, deputy leaders of Ungdom in the media as very, very serious environmental actors. And they're also the people who kind of get things going, like the climate strikes and other things. So it really is a unique opportunity for those of you who've come to Norway to kind of see that. Just to say a little bit about Friends of the Earth Norway, we are Norway's oldest environmental organization, I think 115 plus years now, in various forms, and we're part of the Friends of the Earth network internationally. And we have, as of this week, over 37,000 members, so we're one of the biggest as well, we're nearly the biggest. And there's always room for more, so those of you who are not members yet, please either join Ungdom if you're under 25, or join Naturvernforbundet if you're over 25. And our student groups are a collaboration between Friends of the Earth and Young Friends of the Earth. So we have student groups all over the country at major institutions, and there's also always room for more. So if there are any of you here today who are either based at a university or college that doesn't have a group, or have just moved to a different college or university, please let us know and we'll be happy to help you kind of set up. This Student Climate Conference, or Klimaseminar, is a yearly event that we do with funding from NORAD, the Norwegian Development Agency, where we aim to put kind of global climate change issues in a national and local and regional perspective for Norwegians. So the focus here is climate justice, or klimarettferdighet, for those who are aware of that term from Norwegian. So what we try to do is put forward a program that's both kind of interesting and inspiring for you in terms of the kind of academic side, in terms of the information that you get, in terms of the knowledge that we can give, but also that you have room to kind of meet one another, see like-minded people from other universities, other colleges, from your university or college, and kind of begin to plan the rest of the year. Because the time will go very, very quickly between now and your exams, but there are lots of opportunities to get involved. That's particularly the case now that we are kind of coming out of a pandemic. I think that's why we're so kind of happy to see so many people have come physically. We weren't really sure we'd ever be able to do this, so that's great. It's probably worth reminding ourselves that we are still kind of in a pandemic, so even though they've lifted the restrictions, it is a good idea to just be careful. There are anti-bac things around, and just kind of be careful and spread yourselves out, which you've done anyway, so that's great. Yeah, the idea of this weekend is to kind of give you knowledge, but also give you kind of time and space to just enjoy finally being together after the pandemic. So that's kind of how we've made the program today. I'm just going to very, very briefly kind of introduce people here who are here to help on the organizing committee, and then also very, very briefly introduce the program. And then I'll be handing over to a colleague of mine to talk about where we are, Trondheim and Trøndelag, which is the region around Trondheim. So my name is Alid, as I said. I work in Naturvernforbundet, Friends of the Earth, Norway. We have also Magnus here, who is in charge of the streaming. So if there's any of your friends who are streaming and something happens, then he's the guy to shout at, not me. Or you can shout at us both. And he also works with me in Friends of the Earth Norway. We have Anna Guri, who you'll meet in a short time, who is from Naturvernforbundet in Trøndelag and is going to talk about that, and is also our local expert. So Anna Guri is the person who's responsible for all the kind of cool stuff that we're going to do in Trondheim, so you actually feel like you've kind of visited a place and just haven't kind of sat in a lecture hall. Who else do we have? Morten, at the back there, who you'll also be hearing more from in the program, is now deputy leader of second deputy leader of Young Friends of the Earth Norway. We have Inge Bjørk, who is the person who you'll have met right at the top to kind of guide you in. She used to be the student secretary for Young Friends of the Earth Norway, and now sits on the central board of Friends of the Earth Norway. So she's your person kind of into the elite of Friends of the Earth Norway. Not that we're very elite, but she's certainly somebody who is very interested to get your feedback on how students can be more involved in Friends of the Earth, how we can support student work. So if you have specific things on that, do talk to Inge Bjørk. And last but not least, we have Jannike, who many of you will have met, she's just up here. Wave again, Jannike, if you will. She is the student secretary for Young Friends of the Earth Norway. So she is your contact point for all things studenty when it comes to climate and nature. So big thank you to, have I forgotten anyone who's on the organising committee? Sandra, I've forgotten. Sandra, if you'll wave again, is, I guess, CEO of Young Friends of the Earth Norway. Newly come in and is helping us here this weekend. And who else do we have? I can't see that far back. Yitis, oh yeah, Yitis, sorry. Yitis is now the new elected leader, I believe, of Knust, the Kunststudentlag, also the artists' student group in Oslo. And he is also helping out. So a lot of you know him already, but he's here to help out with that. Yeah, and just to say a little bit about this weekend and the program. It's not like a super tight packed program. There's lots of time for kind of discussion and questions, so don't be afraid to put up your hand and ask a question. If you do, though, the people speaking will have to repeat your question on the microphone so that the people who are streaming can kind of follow, just so you're aware of that. We're starting today with a little introduction of, as I said, the region around here, Trøndelag, and kind of the environmental issues there that we work with. And then we're on to our main topic, which is how do we secure the future of the oceans? And we have a very exciting program there with lots of very interesting people. Morten will be speaking on behalf of Young Friends of the Earth Norway about the work that they do with the oceans and climate change and nature. We have also Geirving Gabrielsen, who is a senior researcher at the Norwegian Polar Institute, who I believe has just come. We've never met, but we've emailed. Very nice for you to be here, Geir. And then we'll have a little break before which Odd Arne Sandberg will be speaking. He's an expert on seaweed and kelp, and I never really thought before I came to Norway that was like a thing that I would end up working with, but it is amazing and really interesting, and I'm really excited to hear about it. So look out for that. And Odd Arne was also, until recently, the leader of the Lofoten People's Movement, which is well, probably one of the most successful environmental movements in Norwegian history. I don't think that's an exaggeration, so he knows his stuff. Then we have Veronica Skotnes, who is a beach cleaning activist and ambassador for Hold Norge Rent, which is like a Keep Norway Clean campaign. And then we have some representatives for Salmon for Havet, Together for the Ocean, who will be speaking. Then we have lunch. And the second main theme that we have after lunch is what we've written down here in kind of activist speak as COP26. I'm guessing there's above average knowledge of climate change in this room, but for anyone who is unsure still, COP is Conference of the Parties, and that's the kind of fancy technical name for climate summits, or Klimatoppmøte, as we call them in Norway. So there's a big one coming up in Glasgow in November, and we thought that is something very big, and even for those of you who can't go, which frankly you're lucky because it's not a lot of fun there. It's quite depressing. You can still do a lot in Norway, and if you want to come, of course you can. So we'll have some experts coming to talk to us about both what the Climate Summit is and what you can do from home, from Norway, wherever you are. So we have Solveig Aamodt, who is a senior climate policy researcher at Cicero. Some of you will be aware of Cicero is like the leading climate research center in Norway, based in Oslo. We have Rachel Kennelly, who is kind of the lead person working on the climate summit from Friends of the Earth in the UK. So they're organising a lot of fun stuff in the UK, in Glasgow, as best they can, given the corona situation, and I was going to say also the Brexit situation, because that's a problem we're facing in my wonderful home country. But she's doing her best to organise fun things in Glasgow, so she'll be here to tell us a little bit about that. And then Elise Åsnes, who is the deputy leader of an organisation in Norway called Spire, which is the youth organisation for the Development Fund in Norway. She'll be coming to talk about kind of specifically what Norwegian organisations are doing. And the last two will be here on a stream. And then we're done, so it's not a very, very long day. But we will then be continuing with an activity, and we'll actually be going out and doing some beach cleaning, or at least going and seeing somewhere we can do some beach cleaning, and we'll be getting there by bike. So we'll be using the kind of city bikes that Trondheim has. So I hope some of you brought a little bit warmer clothes. I don't think it's going to rain, luckily, but I think it probably is worth bringing some warmer clothes and having that. And then tonight we'll have dinner. And then tomorrow, I won't go into what we're doing tomorrow until tomorrow, but we have time to kind of hear from a few representatives of the different student groups, and then there'll be time to kind of discuss plans for the rest of the year and what we're doing. I don't think I've forgotten anything. I certainly hope not. Hope you feel sufficiently welcome now, and apologies for going on. If you have any questions during the day, or if somebody who's streaming contacts you with questions, just send them to me. I think you all have my number and email address now. So feel free to use them, and I hope you really enjoy yourselves for the whole seminar. Just let us know if there's anything at all. And with that, I'll hand over to Anne Guri. As I said, Anne Guri works for us in Friends of the Earth Norway. She's been actually leading our campaign around the parliamentary election that we just had in Norway, which was a massive success, the campaign, not the election, unfortunately, and we'll be talking about that. But certainly climate change and environment was on the agenda for, I think, properly for the first time in the election, particularly the link between oil and climate change, which is kind of a no-no in Norway. You're not meant to talk about oil and climate change in the same sentence. And that's Anne Guri partly is responsible for from our side, and she also works in our regional office here in Trondheim. Anne Guri, vær så god.
Thank you, Alan. Welcome to Norway, and welcome to Trondheim, or Trondheim, as we say, born and bred here, and welcome to this magnificent region. Where are you? How many of you live in Trondheim now, or how many came here today or yesterday? Okay. And I heard someone come from Germany and different countries. So I'll start with, where are we? We are more or less in the middle of Norway. We call ourselves, Trondheim or Trøndelag is often called the middle of Norway, which is actually north of Trøndelag, if you really count, do the measuring. But we are in the middle of Norway. As you can see, there's a lot of mountains, there's a lot of ocean, there's a lot of everything here. So this is the region, and it's a very proud region. It's a very old region. If you meet someone from this region, you would probably learn something about this region, because we are very, very proud, and we have a long history. We have a proud history. More than 1,000 years ago, the Nordic equivalent of democracy started in places like Trøndelag. Just across the fjord here is a place you can see where the first laws of Norway were written. And there, everyone, every free man and some women could speak their cause at the ting. And even the king had to follow the rule. If the king was punished and someone else took his punishment, it was a death penalty. So in Trøndelag, everyone had to follow the rule. for about 1,000 years ago, someone trying to be king in Norway fell in a battle. He became a saint, and we became a center for pilgrims. So a lot of people have come here for 1,000 years as pilgrims, but both to learn and to party and to change the world, like you are going to do. So what's so special about this region? It is about the size of Denmark, Iceland, Slovenia. It's about 500,000 people living here. And it has everything. We have the mountains, we have the fjords, we have the coastline. This is an old mining town, now at the UNESCO heritage list, but was devastating the nature around. To do this mining, copper mining, they cut down all the trees. For the king owned 50 kilometers around, in a circle around the mine, and all the trees were cut. So Røros they had no trees for a lot of years, until they changed the technology for mining. So even today, in the city of Røros, you are not allowed to have trees, because they want to keep it. We have aquaculture, for good and worse. Very, very large industry. We have farming. That was really the reason why people came here, because you could find food, and it was easy to grow food. So, well, someone's planning a highway or motorway, or what you call it, across these fields, because it's cheaper to build highways there than other places. Pardon? Yes, yes, and it's you don't have the mountains. You don't need to. So it's the cheapest way to build. So that's one of the things we are working with. We have wildlife. We have predators. We have wolves. We have gaupe, lynx. We have sheep, and when you have both the predators and the sheep, you get conflicts. We have forests, we have wild forests, and we have planted forests, mainly planted forests. And when they cut them, they're monoculture forests. They have been very important for Norway and for Trøndelag, for industry, for paper industry, for a lot of other industry. But now we want to preserve more and more of it. We have a lot of conflicts. Here you can see why you want to build a road through the farming land. Because you have the hills and the mountains, or you have the river. It's a salmon river. Where do you, if you want to build a road, where do you build it? Between the mountains and the river. But that's where the farming is. We still have farming, new farming. This is a chalk mine in Verdal. One of the, it's quite large now, but it's last year the community agreed for this to be the biggest open chalk mine in the world. So they think they need approximately 800 years to take out all the chalk here. And that's done in a community that's very proud of the battle in 1030. And they can't even think, well, all the changes that have gone through the last 1,000 years. This community has said, well, these mining people can rule it for 800 years until they have finished this mining. We have, of course, protested. So all these problems, what do? We arrange debates. We put in petitions and written complaints. For instance, here, someone wanted to build industry here, and that was konsekvensutredning. Impact assessment. You are supposed to have an impact assessment before you start anything. And in this area, I said, we didn't do anything. We didn't look for anything in at the beach, but we probably wouldn't find anything either. That's the level. But our local people, they went there, and they saw ancient cultural spor. Well, what? Yeah, ancient. Well, yeah. From well, several thousand years ago, people lived there, and they could find the evidence of that. But they could also find, of course, very much interesting life at the beach. We have protested a lot against windmills, wind power. Trøndelag is peppered with windmills. It's the most, yes, I think it's the region in Europe that has most windmills. So these idyllic places are no longer so idyllic. We have protested before and during the constructions. But we also cooperate with, we have something in Norway called Forum for Natur and Friluftsliv, which is an organization that is in every region and can help organizations like Friends of the Earth to have the more formal complaints when industry or someone's planning something we don't like. So we do a lot of research there, and we write complaints and suggest other solutions and things like that. Nye Veier, that's a new company in Norway, heavily funded, billions pouring into this. It means new roads. And they build roads cheaper and more efficient than anyone. But they build roads we don't need. And because they want to build them with 4 lines and 110 kilometers an hour as maximum speed, which is in Norway it's usually 80%, on 80 kilometers per hour or 90. But they want to build in 110. And in this country, with mountains and rivers and valleys and everything, a road, 4 lines, 110 kilometers, has to go straight. You can't bend this way and you can't bend that way. And that means massive, massive destruction of nature. So during, across this valley, you can see at the back here, that's from there over here, they will build filling. Yeah, they will fill it up for the road not to go down and then up again. They will fill it up. So the man with the back against us here is the leader of Friends of the Earth Norway, and we were meeting politicians throughout this region before the election to hear what they had to say about this way of building roads. yeah, and so we have gathered a lot of information, and we started a campaign against new roads. Unfortunately, NRK, our main media house, they had started more or less the same. So we joined in with them, and we had a massive campaign. And we said, close down this organization. And then they suddenly started to say that, oh, no, we have changed our strategy. Now we want to be more aware of the nature and take more climate actions. So that's, we need to see what happens. There's a new government in the coming. We don't really know who will be in charge of this, but that's some of the things we have been doing. So this is the region, yes?
What do you think is the solution instead of building roads?
Some places we only need to better some small parts of the road. The road is okay, except that it goes through a village. You have to put it outside the village. Otherwise, it's maximum 90 kilometers an hour, because then you can bend the road a lot more. So the narrower the road is and the speed is lower, then you can be more flexible when you build the road. So first, do we need this road? Very often not. But some politicians, they have been in America and they have seen the really highways of America and came back and said, well, we want to do this. But the politicians in this region has actually said, we want to focus on railway. But the money is not going to the railways. The money is going to these new roads. And they are efficient. Yes, the roads are one company. The ones who are building roads are one company, and the ones who are building railways are another company or another body in the government. So this is part of the problem. And also, when you give this efficient organization a lot of money, they will be powerful, even though the local communities are the ones to say the final yes or no to where the road is going. This company goes to these local communities and say, you have a problem here. We can solve it, but then you have to accept the whole package. If you don't accept that, we won't solve, and we are the only one who are allowed to solve this problem. So they are stuck. So, pardon? Yeah, more or less. Monopoly. They are given several parts. We have another body that's more conventional part of the government and or the administration, but they are not given equally enough money. So that's the problem. But we have the problem with the fjord. This fjord is very rich. Used to be whales. We have a special kind of herring. We have a special kind of cod, because this is a quite large fjord. It has special variations, so a lot of species. And now they are threatened, because and the salmons, the big rivers with the local salmon, they are threatened by this aquaculture salmon. So there's a lot of things we have to really watch out for. And we will see some of this amazing town later today. And tomorrow we'll go to see, there's an exhibition where we can see salmon, where they want to be more aware of their impact in nature. I need to see it before I really believe it, because they are also looking into how can they farm tang and tare, well, seaweed and all these things. How can we change from plastic to seaweed? But seaweed is very, very important, both for food for the creatures living in the sea, but also to actually stop the waves coming in from the bigger oceans. So if we take that away, the weather will be even worse, or the implications of weather. So that's Trondheim. That's Friends of the Earth in Trøndelag. So welcome.
Thank you so much, Anna Guri, for that introduction. And if you have any questions about Trondheim or Trøndelag throughout the day, it's probably not best to ask me. It's my second time here. Lovely city, but I don't know anything about it. So ask Anna Guri, and she'll surely be able to answer. We'll go on to the first theme today, which is how do we secure the future of the oceans. I just wanted to ask, has anyone here read Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy? I don't know if you that would be a question probably better for my generation. Sorry, I'm forgetting how old I've become. It's a great book, read it, and a film. And there's a scene in one of the books where they meet the people who designed planet Earth, the aliens. They're also mice, I think. And they won an award for Norway and the fjords. They won like a planet design award. And one of the first things we think about when we think about Norway is the fjords. But what people don't hear about in foreign countries is kind of what Norway is doing to its waterways and seas, because it's not all good. Anna Guri spoke about aquaculture. That's one problem. Norway is one of only 4 countries in the world that's still dumping mining waste in its fjords. And there are 2 big campaigns that Friends of the Earth have. I'm sure Morten will go in. We had a big win on yesterday, so we can talk about that. And there's also a lot of pressure for oil and gas exploration, increasingly encroaching on the Arctic. And that was what our big climate lawsuit was kind of about. Last year, for those of you who followed that, we sued the Norwegian government and lost, but did our best on that. So that's why we're talking about the oceans today, and climate change and the environment. And we have, as I mentioned earlier, a really great panel of people who are going to speak. We're going to have a little break between the panel, because otherwise it'll be a bit long. So in this first bit, you'll hear from 2 people. After a while, you'll hear from Geir Ving Gabrielsen, who is a senior researcher at the Norwegian Polar Institute, has over 40 years, if I'm not incorrect, of research in the Arctic and in polar areas, particularly increasingly on kind of plastic pollution and the effects on wildlife, particularly seabirds. But first, I'm going to hand it over to Morten, who, as I said, is the deputy leader of Young Friends of the Earth Norway, who's going to talk about their work on the oceans and how we secure the future of the oceans.
Thanks a lot, Aled. Can hear me good, right? Nice. Yes. So as Aled said, my name is Morten. The one who's actually supposed to be here today was Therese, our chairwoman. But she's as Aled mentioned, we just had a big win in one of our cases concerning the ocean, actually. So she had to travel to Finnmark and be there to celebrate. So that's why I'm here. But I think I'll be able to take you through this part. All right. Anyway. And yeah, as I mentioned earlier, do please, if you have any questions, do please raise your hand, and I will come to them shortly. So first of all, I want to talk about, in this part, we're going to talk about how do we keep our oceans safe, and how do we make sure that this infinite resource is something that we can keep on earning the benefits of decades and generations to come. And that's because I've been working a lot with ocean resources, mainly fisheries, here in Norway and also internationally. And what we see clearly is that our bioeconomy going forward, most of its growth is going to happen in the oceans, some way or the other, because oceans is one of the places which is now the most or least tapped resource we have. We also have like a lot of ocean. Obviously, you know that 70% of the ocean of the world's surface is covered by oceans, and very little of it is being well utilized for what it's worth. And Norway has also the second longest coastline in the entire world, which is an achievement for such a small country. So obviously there are enormous resources in the oceans. Here in Norway, we are absolutely no strangers to this. I'm going to disregard oil right now, because even though that's also in the oceans, because I don't think that's part of the future bioeconomy. But what is this? The fisheries. The fisheries have been here for many thousands of years, and even to this day, the fisheries in some parts of Norway are extremely bountiful. In Lofoten, which I no doubt think that Odd Arne is going to talk about more after me, each year, just a single community of fisheries can produce enough food to support the entire population of the Oslo region, which is 1 million people, with breakfast, lunch, and dinner for an entire year, and that happens in the span of 1 or 2 months every year. So the abundance of fish and other natural resources in the ocean is extremely large. Also, I would also, of course, mention the polar regions, which is whereas Lofoten is the birthbed of enormous masses of fish and other sea life. Also, whales come there, of course. But in the Arctic, that's where all the necessary parts for them to grow big, strong, and plentiful are laid there, because of how the ocean currents move in, cold water converging, enormous resources that we have just barely scratched the surface of knowing what is there. But even though it's abundantly clear that the oceans are plentiful in resource and extremely in need of more knowledge, what do we actually have here? How do we protect it? How do we conserve it for the future? Even though this should be clear to everyone, I think, there are still some major threats coming its way. Al before me mentioned the mining waste. Actually, we're not part of one of 4. We are one of 2 countries. It's Papua New Guinea and us who are still allowing for mining waste to be dumped in the fjords. And right now, we have a history of it in Norway, and it hasn't gone well before. And yet, the government is still allowing more. So there's 2 cases. I'll come back to them after your question. Yes. What kind of mining waste? This is a good question, because I'll use the examples of our 2 cases, because we have one in the West Country and one far to the north in Finnmark, and both are mines, but pretty different mines. The West Country, it's a big mine where they want to take out titanium oxide or rutile, so they can create titanium oxide, which is a whitening substance, so you can make your toothpaste and ice cream and paint completely white, and that's the extent of its purpose. They want to have the mountaintop removal mining, which they blow off the top of the mountain, churn it to dust, and then pump it by tube to the bottom of the fjord, and it's mixed with, of course, chemicals to at least try to make it stick together, and then hope that it'll just lay there and not be damaging, which is pretty ridiculous, I guess, considering it's about 230 million tons of mining waste. Yes. that's numbers that are pretty much incomprehensible for a human, but it's 1 truckload every minute for 50 years.
Who constructed this idea? Was it an engineer or something?
No, it's this idea, this technology is pretty old. Yeah, you ask who constructed this idea. Yeah. No, it's a pretty old practice. You know, out of sight, out of mind. What have you not? It's also very cheap because you don't really need much energy to just channel it. It's always downwards. Yeah. But of course, enormous environmental impact. They say approximately 30-40 years, and the ecosystem will be bounced back, which is absolutely not the case. If the empirical data proves otherwise, there are fjords which the mine stopped many more years, 50 years plus, no signs of life yet. Those are projects that are even smaller than this. There's a question in the back.
Which is the other country that allows that?
Currently, there used to be Indonesia and Turkey, but they recently banned it for themselves. But now it's just Norway and Papua New Guinea. Yeah. I'll have to taste on that a bit, I guess. Yeah, and the other case, which is in Finnmark, that's a copper mine. And copper, of course, very valuable substance, but also toxic. It's a heavy metal, not this kind, but the bad kind. Yeah, so it's a bit less. It's 30 million tons. It's still quite a lot, but it's way more toxic. And common for both these fjords are, they're shallow, so the mining waste will have to be dissipated over a larger area to not like breach the surface, basically, and also extremely, or could be at least, extremely good fish fjords. The one in the west country, Førdefjorden, is already now an extremely good fish fjord. It's one of the best salmon fjords in Norway, and by extension the world. And also extremely scenic. You should go there. It's beautiful. And also in Finnmark, the Repparfjord, that was a very, very good fishing fjord, especially an important center for Sea Sami people. But then there was a copper mine there in the 70s, yeah, and it killed the fjord. But now the fjord is coming back, but they tried to kill it again. But I'm not here to talk about the threats, even though I've only talked about threats so far, so I'll keep going. There are some other threats that I need to mention as well, quickly. Deep sea mining is a new technology that's really popular now among politicians, especially in Norway, where you find valuable minerals on the seabed, usually in these chimneys, which are the origins, the genesis of life on Earth, probably. But they also contain lots of nice minerals that mining companies want, so they're trying to dig them down. Yeah, that's not a good thing. There's also another threat to the seabed is seabed trawling, which is to fish for cod mostly, but also other similar fish, by using a giant net that drops down to the bottom of the ocean and drags it along. This is one of the most environmentally damaging things that humans do, in terms of area. But yeah, out of sight, out of mind, right? It's at the bottom of the ocean, no one can see it, so it's probably fine.
As in an alien would be here and throw a huge net and then would just grind the whole net, right?
Yes, correct.
And then kills everything on its way.
Yes,
Takes everything in the net.
that's correct. So they say, of course, that this doesn't affect the waters above, but that's like saying clearing out the land would not affect the birds, right? They obviously still need the seabed. Moving on, of course, we have fish farming as well. Fish farming is, in Young Friends of the Earth Norway's point of view, it's an important part of the future bioeconomy. But right now, it's unacceptable how big damaging it is for the local environment, especially. Because fish farming, that's not only do you collect like 200,000 fish in like it's pretty big net, but it's not that big. But that's obviously it's like a machine for disease. You couldn't possibly design a more favorable environment for parasites and for bacteria than that. And of course, they are put in the middle of the wild salmon fjords. So young wild salmon do need to travel to and fro between these fish farms. And when there's like concentrated hotbeds of disease, of course, the wild salmon is also going to be highly affected, which is only one of the many unacceptable risks we're taking with currently having fish farming in like open nets. So the Young Friends of the Earth Norway, we demand closed systems for fish farming in the future, even though we absolutely do need to utilize our benefits of having an extremely long coastline and beautiful fjords for a good purpose. But a good purpose is not to have fish farming in open nets. Of course, I'll also quickly mention the oil industry. The oil industry in Norway is in the ocean, and it's extremely damaging. Of course, you've all heard about the Mexico Gulf blowouts and the deep water horizon and what have you not, with huge oil spills, which is like a nightmare scenario anyway. But increasingly, as the technology grows, that's less and less likely, even though it's still a huge threat. But even if there are no blowouts, even if there are no major accidents, oil drilling is still extremely damaging to the local environment, because, of course, sound scares away all like wildlife. Whales especially are extremely affected by this. So when we drill for oil, like a huge area will then be inaccessible for a lot of the wildlife. So we create like a natural barrier in the large oceans, usually in places where there are a lot of upkeep of food for lots of fish, because where it's rich now, probably we used to be rich before in life, and what's oil? That's life before, so makes sense. But also the chemicals and lubrication needed to keep an oil rig running. It's also highly toxic and it runs into the ocean, damaging especially the local area. Yeah, those are the main threats that I've outlined. We're going to hear more about plastic in the ocean later, so I won't go into that. But so we have on one hand, we have enormous resources in the bioeconomy in the future in the oceans, and we have threats towards it. How do we combine this to create a solution? Obviously, for me, the answer is wholly protected areas, large wholly protected areas, and we need to say that these areas, no industry is allowed. We need to let nature run its own course. And of course, as an aspiring ecologist, I would just say all the oceans should be completely protected. But then again, we wouldn't. It's going to be politically improbable to get this through. So, but how do we maximize outtake of the resources, necessary sustainable resources in the ocean, while also protecting and keeping it actually sustainable and renewable? And that is to have some of the most valuable zones have some pretty big connected zones of completely no impact, no human interaction in these zones, and the science proves so far that these zones will then build its own ecosystem to be much stronger and like kind of take up more of the capacity of other local not protected ocean areas, ocean volumes, I should say, and then the abundance from these from these protected areas will then spill over into the other ocean parts. So actually, trials have seen that in like a place where there is fisheries, and the fisheries have gone down because of overfishing or because of other causes like climate change, then protecting one area will then increase the total output of fish in the other areas. So if there are, if there's an island and there's like 3 zones around the island of the ocean, the coast, and usually you would fish equally on all 3 zones, but then you protect one zone and no fishing and no industry is allowed in that zone, then the total fish you can take out without threatening the ecosystem increases in the two other zones, so that the total is bigger than fishing in 3 zones. If this makes sense. Yeah. The question is, it wouldn't be fishing in all 3 zones in that, and that's sustainable. I think that that could be a logical way to do it, but the problem is it's policing it, I guess, and being clear, and also if there are 3 zones, one of them is completely protected, and you're still 100% fishing, then you have 200% fishing per in total, 2/3. But if you have 3 zones and 50%, and 150%, the outtake is bigger. Yeah, I mean, the thing, what's the problem here isn't how much fish we take. It's where the fish have the area to grow and renew. Also, it's not only a resource point. This is also very like the resilience of ocean ecosystems. It wouldn't be as devastating to overfish and population of salmon in one fjord as it would be now, because the populations are so thin in many places. But if you are sure that we have a bank somewhere of these species and these ecosystems, then the problem would be as devastating. It would be repairable, even though we would have more time to fix issues. Right. Without borders. Yeah. Is like saying that Norway should responsibility for damages we cause in other countries. Yeah. Yeah. That's a big part of the problem of climate and nature. Let's say responsibilities that Norway says that the oil that we sell to other countries and they burn is on their climate. I was going to say spreadsheets, but it's accounting. Yes, thanks. And also, of course, the oceans are the main source of carbon capture and storage right now. Most of the carbon in the atmosphere that gets stored again is stored in the oceans. Of course, this does create acidic oceans, which is not a good thing, but we desperately need this process if we are going to keep going. And ocean ecosystems that are resilient are way more efficient at taking up this. So I'm going to round up by briefly mentioning what can we do as students, as activists, to do this. We need to take this on the agenda is one thing. Talk about it when you are aspiring scientists, some of you. Talk about it, research it. We need more knowledge. We're in the decade of ocean research. There's abundantly clear that we need more knowledge about how the oceans works, and that's where scientists, natural scientists, economists, social scientists all come in handy. We need to talk about it more. We need to work with it more, and also we need to continue with activism. Just3 we had a big breakthrough in the case against the dumping of mining waste in Finnmark. We have had for 3 months we have had an action camp or protest camp on site. We have been protesting this mine for many years, but the last 3 months have been crucial. That we've been there, we've been seen, we've been heard, and now the municipality has said the work has been stopped at least until the new year, which gives us lots more time to finally put the final nail in the coffin of this extremely ridiculous project. So being there, many of you have been there. Sunniva, for instance, from Oslo, has been there. Yeah. Keep on fighting, keep on shouting loudly, and keep on using science, because that's always right. Yeah, and that's it from me. And I will now give the word over to Dag Are. No? Nope, I'm wrong. Geir. Geir Vig.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. It is very good to come to NTNU. I have a lot of collaborators here and students also from NTNU. And I have been working in the Arctic for 40 years. And I came as a student and I stayed because it is just fantastic nature in the Arctic and we have a lot of challenges. And I am head of the toxicology group at the Norwegian Polar Institute. And in recent years, I've been very heavily involved in studies related to plastic pollution. I'm also a professor at university courses of Svalbard, and I have been working both on climate change and on plastic pollution recently. And climate change is going on in the Arctic, and plastic pollution is an increasing problem. This is affecting the animals living there, and I will try to tell you in a way what we are doing and the problems we have. I will just start with showing this. You know, we have UNEP reports made and also from World Wildlife Fund. You know, there are 3 main threats which are affecting ecosystem in the world. It's climate change, reduction of biodiversity, loss of species and habitats, and pollution. And in the World Wildlife Fund report, they said that humanity has wiped out 60% of the animal population since 1970. And population of more than 4,000 species have declined. And this is species which has been monitored and so on. Seabirds are moving more rapidly toward extinction than other birds. If you look at the groups of birds in the world, seabirds are the ones which are most affected. And plastic is affecting many seabird species. We are investigating more and more species, and we see that they are affected by plastic pollution. I will get into what kind of problems it is. First of all, There are many reports and science articles being published now on this with plastic pollution and so on. In 2013, it was 100 international publications, and now it's more than 1,000 publications every year on plastic pollution. We have made many reports, and I have been sitting as a representative from the Norwegian government in UNEP and giving the words what's going on in the Arctic. And you can see from these pictures, the low part here is from Greenland. They don't have systems in a way to handling waste. The waste is ending in the sea. They don't have, in the Arctic, any of the communities have not cleaning system. In a way, the plastic also from toilets and so on are getting into the sea when they are washing. For instance, a fleece jacket, there is 3,000 particles of plastic which are getting to the sea every time you do that. We see these nets from fishermen, and they are really causing a problem for the species which we have in the Arctic, and I will show you some pictures from that. Why is plastic a problem for animals? We know that animals are getting entangled into plastic. We know also that animals are ingesting plastic. We know also that invading species are being transported by plastic floating, and especially in the gyres, which we have at sea. There's 5 big gyres in the sea. And there are also this with risk for food security. This is an area we don't know so much about, and we need to do more science and see how these plastic pieces, especially nanoplastic, is affecting both humans and animals. What is the sources of plastic pollution in the seas? We know they are coming from rivers, and there are rivers, especially in Asia, which are going directly to sea with a lot of plastic. So the biggest problem with plastic in the sea is related to Asia. We also know that there is an atmospheric deposition. We see small particles coming from Europe and Central, where people are living, is coming up to the Arctic when the wind are deposited to the sea ice. In sea ice, which has been investigated between Greenland and Svalbard, if you take one core and melting 1 liter of ice, you can find 10 to 15,000 plastic particles in the ice. We know also that the plastic, and that's one of the main transport routes, the the currents and how they are going, and the currents are in Europe is ending up in the Arctic into the Barents Sea area and up on the western and eastern side of Svalbard. We also know that there are local sources and industry which are affecting. We have a big discussion now in Longyearbyen. They are discussing what to do. Are they going to make a kind of cleaning thing for sewage in the area? And someone has suggested we just make the pipeline, going from the community longer out in the fjord. That's the way to do it. But that is not the way to do it. You need to have a cleaning system for plastic, things are not ending up in the sea and so on. In Norway, there is a lot of fishing activity, and as you can see here, it's indicated by this color. As you can see, we have a high fishing around on the coast of northern Norway, also around Bear Island and on the western part of Svalbard. These are some of the main fishing areas and so on, and for sure we know that the fishing industry is really affecting the pollution in this area. 80% of the plastic we find on the beaches is relating to fishing activity. And this is fishing nation from the Soviet Union, from Norway, from Faroe Island, Iceland, Spain, all the countries, UK, the countries which are fishing not on, also in the North Sea area, but also up in the Arctic, is ending up due to the currents which are going there. The Norwegian Marine Institute, they have done investigation of this with plastic and so on. And in the water surface, you can see on the coast of northern Norway, there is a high amount of plastic to be found and so on. And most of this is fishery related. If you go further into the water column, both with regard to the pelagic and also on the bottom, you can see this green color indicating where you have high amount of plastic on the seafloor. What is important to know that from the science which has been done, 5% of the plastic is found on the beaches and 94% is on the bottom. We have very little knowledge how this plastic which are on the bottom is affecting the animals which are living there. So it will be important in the years to come to do more studies related to that. And we also know at the deep sea, like you have between Asia and the US, that there are plastic foam on 3,000 to 4,000 meters deep and so on, but we don't know how much it is. This is just showing data from the Norwegian Directorate of Fisheries. They collected in 2008 8,600 lobster traps and 270 kilometers of ropes in the Barents Sea area. There were 15,000 snow crabs which were into these traps which you have on the floor, and they are fishing, fishing and fish because they have not cleaned it up. So now they have a big campaign trying to get up the ropes and these traps which are found on the bottom. So this is just showing, this problem we have, and there is a lot of animals which are having great, pain by being into this and dying there. Animals are affected by plastic pollution, and they are, as I told you, either entangled or eating plastic. In the UNEP report from 2016, which we made, was 700 marine species were affected by this plastic pollution. There's a new article in 2020. Now it was 940 species affected, 354 species getting entangled, and 700 species ingesting plastic. And this was not the fish species. We see more and more also the fish species when we analyze this, that they are also affected by plastic pollution. In Svalbard, we have seen reindeer which are getting entangled into this. Every year, I find animals in my area which have died on the beach due to the fact that these, nets which they throw overboard is getting to the beaches, and the reindeer, when they have the antlers, they go into that and they get entangled. At one place, we had 5 reindeer which was entangled in, and this was on the northern part of Svalbard. We also had the polar bear, which was entangled into a net. The scientists had a kind of things to measure if they are into the den, and it was entangled into that. And this was just some people who were in the north who saw that, and we were able, in a way, to get this polar bear free from this net. We also see seabird species which are getting into finer nylon nets and so on, and we also find that every year. We also see bearded seals, which is a strapping band, which is around the body, and as they grow, they're getting more and more into the skin, and they have painful time with this. This is a ring seal. We had to kill it due to the fact that they were having great pain. They couldn't, it was losing the thermoregulation ability and everything happening when they have this strapping band around the body. In Norway, you also see seabirds who are building nests, with ropes and things which are from the sea, bringing that to the colonies. And every year there is adults and chicks which are entangled into these ropes which you have in the colony. There's a big question what to do. Should we clean this and so on? There are different opinions on that. We also have ghost nets which are floating in the sea. And if you can see at this net, you can see the fishermen have tried to make a kind of rope on it, to reduce the distribution of the net in the sea. But we find seabirds entangled also in these nets. Every year we find that on the northern part and western part of Svalbard. There has been studies on polar bears, and polar bears, they have been found also to have plastic in their stomach and so on. And this is a study from US. 28% of the polar bears analyzed had plastic in the stomach. I have for many years been working on seabirds, and I have been doing studies on what they are eating and so on. And I started to do that in the 80s, and in 1986, when we analyzed fulmars in Svalbard, we saw we had 40 fulmars, and we saw, the different food items they are eating and so on. But when we were also making notes of plastic found in the stomach at Tahan, and we saw that in 4 birds, it was 1 or 2, 3 plastic pieces in 4 of these birds. We know that the fulmar is one of the species really affecting. Do you know how old this fulmar can be? Some suggestion? They can be 60 to 70 years old. They start to breed when they are 10 years old, and in North Sea area, they find them on the beaches with a lot of plastic in the stomach. And this is just showing you an example of plastic foam. It's soft plastic, it's hard plastic, and it's these pellets which are being used when you are producing different types of plastic. You can see them in the upper 4 pellets up in the upper part. There is some old pieces which has been there for a long isopor, you know, which is, and you can see there is different types of it. But this is an example from one bird in the North Sea area. In Svalbard, we have analyzed them and we have found plastic, and the plastic is an increasing problem. In 2013, because I saw an increase of plastic on the beaches, we decided to do a new investigation of the fulmars. And at that time, 40 birds again, we found 15 pieces in average of these birds. So it was a dramatic change from 86 to 2013. And it was, you know, reflecting what we saw on the beaches on Svalbard. It was 0.8 gram per individual, 0.8 gram per individual. And there is a kind of level set by USPAR. USPAR has made a kind of quality objective where when is the plastic affecting animals? And it's 0.1 gram. So we are close to that. But look at the new study in 2021. We find that 95% of all the birds we investigated had plastic in the stomach. And I know it was 0.21 per individual, and we had 36 pieces. So it's a growing problem. This summer, we started to see dead fulmar also in my area. So it's indicating we are having the same problem. So it's so important in a way. We need now to reduce, you know, the release of plastic to the stomach. And you can see some examples found in some of the birds. Some of them had over 200 pieces of plastic in the stomachs. I have brought with me some examples of that if you want to see this. We also have looked into the young ones, because if you look into albatrosses, which are studied in the south, they know that the chicks are also affected by plastic pollution. So this year, and also previously, we went up there and we looked into the young ones. And what is happening? The way the fulmar are eating, they are eating food which are on the water surface. They are picking the small pieces, 1 to 6 millimeter in size. And then when they are giving the food to the young one, they regurgitate the food to the young one. So all the chicks, they had plastic in the stomach. And one individual had 380 plastic pieces in the stomach. They have a very small stomach. This is the size of the stomach. And when you have a lot of plastic into in that, it's preventing the uptake of energy and so on from the food they have ingested. So they are starving to death. That is what happens with them when you have a filling of this plastic. Another issue which is of big interest is there is toxin in the plastic being produced. And when the plastic piece is in the sea, there's biofilm being formed around it. It's seeping contaminants from the plastic production into that biofilm, but it's also taking contaminants from the environment, from the sea, into that biofilm. And there is also a substance called trimethylsulfide, which you find in plankton. So when a fulmar is eating this, it's tasting plankton and it smells plankton. So this is the reason why marine mammals are eating plastic, probably. I will also tell you a little bit about climate change and so on, because this is really happening also in the Arctic. And as you know, the global temperature, the average global temperature is increasing. We are up to above, from 1980, we are up to 0.8 degrees above the kind of average which we have. And in the Arctic, it's happening 3 times faster. It is a temperature which has changed a lot in the area. The winter warms more than the summer, and winter warming is 10 degrees warmer during the last 30 years. 10 degrees? Yeah, 10 degrees. It's high. And I have seen it. I came up in 1980, and it's happening. The fjords which are working used to be a fjord covered by ice when I arrived. Now it's open sea. So it's just showing. The climate gases is one of the reasons, and you see the CO2 levels are increasing, as you know. I have own measurements which are done on the Zeppelin station in Kongsfjord, and we know that also this, we have passed the 400 levels and so on. So the climate gases also methane, because the permafrost is changing. We have more release of methane. So both CO2 and the methane are increasing, and this is part of the climate changes in the climate in our area. This is showing the CO2, you know, the race and so on, CO2 and so on. And the projection for 2020 was that was going to go down and so on, and it's going down, but it's going slow. And I just want to show this. To achieve the 1.5 goal for emission, we must drop with 45 from the present 2010 level. And we are supposed to go down there. Do you think that will happen? No. So we have such big challenge which need to be done. And I can see it from where I'm working. We see there is big changes. 50% of the ice in the polar basin used to be what we call multi-year ice, ice which is old. And in multi-year ice, you have ecosystems which are very different from what we call one-year ice. So the ecosystem are changing. So look at how it is now. I took this map from Svalbard just now. How is the ice situation? The ice used to be down to, you know, to Svalbard, to the northern part of it. It's far away. That means big implication for the polar bears, for the seals, and so on, which are in this area. So we are very concerned. We can see that the polar bears on the western part as well, they are in less condition than the polar bears from the east, where you have some ice and so on. So the changes are big. There is strong reduction, and you can see it's going down with the sea ice in the polar basin. So we have for 5-year ice, for all the ice, there has been a 90% decline of this. We see the glaciers are changing. They are melting. And when I came to Kongsvinger to work in the beginning of the 80s, the ice had a lot of fjord. And now, since my time, this glacier has retreated 3 kilometers since I came. So this year we can start to see that these two glaciers, Kongsvegen and Kronebreen, they have now been separated, and this happened this year. It's going so fast. I'm amazed every time I get to this glacier. There has been mass balance, which has been done in this area, all the glacier, and all are in negative balance. And this is also important because the animals living up there, they are very dependent on food which are of good quality, a lot of fat. So the ecosystem you have left now is in front of the glacier. So the glacier which are going to the sea, that is where they can find both the whales, the seals, and the seabirds, find the food and so on in front of the glaciers. So what we are experiencing now is Atlantification, borealization, especially on the western part and so on. There is a change in the food system. The system has changed from a polar system by eating polar cod and paratomisto and so on, and now other species are coming in. It's herring, it's capelin, it's cod, other species for the seabird. And this is the only data we have, you know, showing that there is a change, not only by the physical parameter, but also by the ecosystem. So what we see now is that there are losers and winners in the system. The kittiwakes, they are lucky because they used to eat polar cod of high quality. That has been substituted by capelin and herring, which are also of good quality with fat and so on. So you can see the population up there from the monitoring we are doing, that they are doing well. One of the losers is the Brunnick guillemets. They are decreasing by 3 to 4% per year. And it is things going on in our area, but also in the wintering area. They are overwintering so for Greenland, and there is big changes also happening in that system, which are affecting the guillemots. Another species which are declining in Svalbard is the little auk. And the little auk, they are very dependent on the biggest of these Calanus species, Calanus hyperboreus, which is very energy-rich food for them. Now they have to eat Finnmarkicus. You can see the size. It's less energy. They have to work more in order to get that food and to keep in good condition themselves, and also to provide that to the young ones. They need to eat so much of that in order. So we see that the chicks are not surviving in the nest and so on due to this, that they are getting low-quality food. So that has changed. Hyperboreus is in the polar water, while Finnmarkicus is in the Atlantic water, and that is also for them bad. We also see a change with the seals. There used to be a lot of seals in the fjord. And ring seal was the species which were there due to the fact that there are polycod there. Now we see harbor seal, Atlantic species coming in, and they are dominating. We don't see the ring seal anymore. Only a few species, and also only a few of these bearded seals. Another thing is that because the polar bear has problem in the north, they are getting to the colonies which we have further south. In Kongsfjorden, there is a lot of eiders and geese breeding, and they come there to eat. So last year, there were 8 polar bears with their cubs coming to the area to feed on that. And last year, they wiped up all the nests from geese and eiders. This year, it was good condition in the north in the beginning, so they came later. And then all the eiders have hatched and also the geese, so we had a very good production. So you see this kind of thing is happening. But anything, there are great changes, and that was my presentation. Thank you.
Any immediate questions?
How large percentage of the total fishing would you say is done by this ghost fishing nets?
I will say that, yeah. Yeah. She asked, how much of the ghost nets are, due to the fishery activity. I think that the fishermen are getting more and more aware of, because the fishery organization has been with us when we are sorting out, doing. So we have seen an improvement, but there are still fishermen and from maybe other nations who are still throwing it. So I think it's very good in Norway what they do now. They have made this 6 places where you can deliver all the waste you have from the fishery activity and so on. But that needs also to be done in the other nations and so on, so that they are coming. And the Russians, they are now giving a fine to fishermen which are not coming back with waste and so on. So there are things going on and so on. But it's so important to involve, the fishery organizations to see what they are really polluting also on Svalbard. Yeah.
I think if we can wait a little bit with the questions, maybe you can ask them in the breaks a little bit over time, and you're able to stay a little bit longer.
Yeah, oh, yes, yes.
So there will be time also for questions in the next part. I think we couldn't have had a better illustration of Morten's point about knowledge generation than Guy's presentation. It was full of amazing knowledge, and I think it's fair to say we as environmentalists can't really operate without this knowledge, so it's amazing to hear it. Thank you so much.
I just want to say one thing, Mr. Ken.
Yeah, please.
The oil industry are now investing due to the fact that there are a lot of need for plastic and so on. There is big prognosis, 3 times increase of the plastic production, and they are investing in factories to produce plastic. We must do everything we can to reduce the amount of plastic being produced, and not production of plastic which cannot be recycled. This is so important.
Very good way to end. We're a little bit over time, so I'm going to suggest we cut the break to, it's 11 minutes that we're back here for the start of the next part at 11:40. It's 11:29 now. So sorry that the break's a little bit shorter, but we're a little bit over time, but hopefully that'll be okay because we have an hour for lunch. I did also forget to mention, on this. Yes. I forgot to mention earlier something Janneke reminded me about earlier. You'll see that Janneke and a few others are taking photos throughout the day. If you do not want to be photographed for any reason, then let one of us know and we'll make sure that doesn't happen. Okay? So, 10 minutes break. There's coffee and tea at the back. And there's water here from the tap or from elsewhere as well. So, feel free to take some. We'll move on to the next presenters for the theme of the oceans. The next presenter is Odd-Arne Sandberg, who is an expert on seaweed and kelp, and as I said earlier, is a former leader of the Lofoten People's Movement. This presentation will be in Norwegian, just so you're aware. Those of you who don't speak Norwegian, I'll provide a little summary translation afterwards for those of you who don't speak Norwegian. I'll make sure so we can translate at least the slides when we send them out afterwards for you. So this is the only one today that's going to be in Norwegian, so apologies for that, but I'll do a little translation afterwards. We're very happy to have Odd-Arne here, and yeah, looking very much forward to learning more about Lofoten's wild kitchen. Vær så god, Odd-Arne.
Ja, hører dere meg nå? Ja. Ja, tusen hjertelig takk for invitasjonen. Og jeg vil benytte anledningen. Jeg har jo jobbet i Folkeaksjonen for et oljefritt Lofoten, Vesterålen og Senja, som mange av dere kjenner til, helt siden den ble startet. Og jeg vil benytte anledningen til å takke Naturvernforbundet og Natur og Ungdom for et fantastisk samarbeid i den organisasjonen og oppstarten av den, og at vi har kommet fram til den statusen vi har i dag, nemlig at vi har et oljefritt område som strekker seg fra sør i Lofoten til nord i Vesterålen. Det er ikke selvsagt. Det kunne vært oljeplattformer der i dag. Det er mange som har ønsket det, og det er mange som fortsatt ønsker det. Så selv om vi har en status i dag, en slags pause eller et vern, så regner jeg med at denne kampen ikke er ferdig før vi har varig petroleumsfrie områder. Jeg tenkte opprinnelig at jeg skulle snakke mer om denne kampen her, men dersom jeg satt der og hørte på alle flinke folkene, så det blir mye snakk om havet, og så jeg tenkte jeg skulle ta en litt annen, for det ville ha dratt opp mange problemstillinger og mange utfordringer, så jeg tenkte jeg skulle gjøre en presentasjon av det andre livet mitt, som handler om mat. Kanskje det ble litt mer optimisme rundt det enn alle problemene. Lofotens ville kjøkken er et prosjekt som for så vidt har sammenheng med kampen mot oljeboring. For i denne jobben mot oljeindustrien så har Folkeaksjonen hadde et nært samarbeid med havforsking og Polarinstituttet og fagmiljøet. Og vi har lært masse om havet, og det vi har lært om havet har vært kanskje vårt viktigste det er der vi har fått gjennomslag. Vi har lært folk om havet. Vi har vært en formidler av havet om produksjon i havet, først og fremst. Hvor enorm den er, og hvor viktig den er for Norge. Når man går ned i fjæra, så ser man jo at her foregår det mye. Her er det mye spennende. Her er det jo planter. Og vi vet at vi har alle sammen vært på sushi-restauranter, og vi har spist nori, og vi har spist dashi, og hva de heter, alle disse japanske rettene. Kunne vi gjøre noe med det i Norge? Kan vi benytte denne ressursen som er stor i Norge også i fremtiden? Kan det være fordi at i Folkeaksjonen så ble vi alltid møtt med hva skal vi gjøre hvis vi ikke skal bore etter olje og leve av olje? Hva er alternativet? Nå tror jeg aldri at alger blir det blir helt sikkert aldri samme økonomien i alger som i olja. Men for Lofoten kan det bli et lite ekstra bein å stå på, og for resten av kysten også, som har et kjempepotensial. Havet er næringsrikt. Man tenker kanskje ikke på havet som altså vann. Vann tar et glass med havvann. Er det masse næring i? Det virker ikke sånn. Det ser klart og gjennomsiktig ut, men det er fullt av næring. Og denne næringen i havet gjødsler da tareskogen, algene, som vi kan kalle det for, og det gjødsler også enger oppfor fjæresonen. Og det er dette området jeg har liksom mål om at dette området bør kunne utvikles mer til spesielt og og næringsrik, spesiell og næringsrik mat, som kanskje ikke er vanlig i dag for oss her i Norge. Så vind- og havstrømmer bringer næring til alger og strandnære planter. Og i Lofoten og nordover, opp mot Svalbard, enda mer. Enorme algeskoger rundt Svalbard, tareskoger. Når næringen i havet møter det evige vårlyset, så skaper jo det denne enorme biologiske produksjonen. At det blomstrer i havet, er vel kanskje også noe vi ikke tenker på til vanlig, men det blomstrer jo virkelig i havet på våren. Vi har en voldsom vårblomstring, og det har vi spesielt utenfor Lofoten, Vesterålen og Senja. Vi har det der vann fra dypere havområder strømmer opp, noe som kalles for upwelling, som egentlig alle burde elske. For uten upwellinger så hadde det vært fattig i havet. Men når dette næringsrike vannet fra dypet strømmer opp og møter det sollyset som ikke bare slår seg av og på 2 ganger i døgnet, det er på gjennom hele døgnet i nord. Midnattssola kommer opp, eller sola kommer opp og står på himmelen døgnet rundt, gir en enorm biologisk produksjon. Vi har en ren kyst. Nå har vi hørt mye om plast. Men kanskje vi har den reneste kysten i verden likevel. Så er det noen plasser vi skal kunne utnytte disse kystplantene, så er det kanskje i Norge. Vi vet at i Asia så sliter man. Vi så at hoveddelen av plastforsøplingen er rundt Asia. Og de store algeproduksjonen, algedyrkingen foregår der. Og de sliter med forurensning, de sliter med at vannet blir surere, og at det går rett og slett dårlig med dyrking av alger. Dette er en stor økonomi der. Kanskje Norge kan ta over noe av det. Kanskje Norge kan bli en eksportør av alger til Asia. En andre del av verden hvor det er populært å spise alger. Lofotens ville kjøkken, som handler mest om alger, men handler også om strandnære planter. Disse sukkulente, flotte plantene som gjødsles av algene. Dette er en strandkjempe, som er en fantastisk plante som er kjent blant kokker rundt hele Atlanterhavet. Veldig glad og fint å lage en risotto av, sammen med algene som har denne fantastiske umami-smaken, som er en smaksforsterker. Så kan det krydre maten og gi interessante retter. Så hvorfor skal vi holde på med vill mat? Ja, vill mat er bærekraftig. Vi slipper å transportere langt, vi slipper å pakke det inn i plast. Vi slipper å bruke masse kunstgjødsel, vi slipper å vanne mye. I det hele tatt så er det virkelig et kinderegg å spise mer vill mat. Og vi har jo gjort det tradisjonelt i Norge. Vi har plukket bær, vi har høstet av noen planter, men det er så utrolig mange andre planter som vi kunne ha nyttiggjort oss av. Mat handler om etikk. Rettferdig handel snakkes det om. Vill mat er alltid rettferdig. Den er der, det er bare å gå ut og høste. Vi får dra på flere spennende turer. Naturforståelsen blir dypere. Vi får en kulturkunnskap. Det er gratis. Dere er studenter. Gratis. Det er bare å gå ut og plukke i fjæra. Dere skal ut og plukke plast i morgen. Jeg skal vise dere noen alger etter hvert, så dere kan ta med dere hjem. Perfekt snacks til jeg vet ikke om dere skal drikke dere øl. Det gjør dere kanskje. Perfekt snacks til ølet. Det er bare å legge det på panna og steke litt eller i ovn. Gode smaker. Så det er beredskap. Det var noen som snakket om matsikkerhet. Hva er du? Matsikkerhet blir et tema i disse pandemitiden. Vi trenger å være selvforsynt, og vi er i større grad selvforsynt enn vi tenker oss om egentlig. Dette egget her, da, som er et speilegg, det er ikke bacon. Det er tang. Så hjemme hos oss er det egg og søl, som den heter, denne planten. Som dere bare steker på panna og har ved egget. Sølen er den mest proteinrike algen vi har, og det er den mest C-vitaminrike planten vi har. Og det er også den eneste algen som er kjent fra norrøn historie, da, at vi har benyttet oss av som mat her i vår kultur. Vi kjenner det fra islandsk saga. Dere har hørt om Egil Skallargrimsson, kanskje. Han lå jo for døden. Sønnen var drept i en slåsskamp. Gikk på loftet og la seg for å sulte til døds. datteren tenkte at det var jo veldig trist. Men hun hadde et triks. Hun tok med seg litt søl opp på loftet, og så sa hun til han Egil at hør her, pappa, jeg veldig lei meg også, jeg vil bare legge meg i lag med deg og dø, men jeg har noe her som gjør at vi kommer til å dø fortere. så hun ga han litt søl. Søl litt salt, og så har det så mye proteiner at det blir en sånn kjøttaktig, fyldig smak. Så han spiste litt søl, ble han litt tørst, drakk han litt. Ja, han spiste litt mer søl, og så livnet han til, og så skrev han i 40 år til. Så han ombestemte seg, så hun lurte han tilbake med søl. Men da vet vi at alger har vært spist og brukt og ettertraktet i det norrøne kjøkkenet. Ja, sånn er det. Utslippet, altså CO2-utslipp, kommer fra matproduksjon. Vi var inne på det med bærekraft. Mange av dere velger vel å kjøpe en kiwi og tenker at da redder vi miljøet. Nei, ikke så sikker på det. I hvert fall ikke miljøet i Peru, hvor man sliter med store problemer med, i forhold til med avokadodyrking da. Og vi har jo da, det jo alternativet å gå ned i fjæra og finne disse lekre plantene som da gratis og kortreist og 100% bærekraftig. På det bildet her så ser vi vi ser mange arter. Disse lange strimlene remtang, og den fungerer 100% som pasta. Og man kan tørke den som pasta, eller man kan bare koke den lett som pasta og ha en saus til. En ostesaus sammen med en roquefort, det helt fantastisk. Sammen med gjerne en kjøttsaus, hvis man spiser litt kjøtt, men den har da mye mer næring enn en sånn pasta-ting man ellers kjøper, som vel ikke så veldig sunt, egentlig. Så man kan få en sunn pasta, bare med å vær så god.
Har du en kokebok om dette?
Ja, det jo derfor jeg står her, for å markedsføre kokeboka. Nei, det ikke det. Men det finnes mange bøker om denne. Og, denne remtanga har egentlig sin nordgrense utenfor Vesterålen, men lenger sør på kysten her så den helt vanlig. Knappetang kalles det nå. Så ser vi noen røde, jeg vet ikke hva dere ser egentlig, men de røde bladene som så vidt vises her, jo denne sølen, en rød alge. Vi skiller jo mellom grønne og brune og røde alger. Altså alger planter, for å slå det fast. De har fotosyntese, og de binder karbon. De svært rike på vitaminer, mineraler, sporstoffer og nyttige fettsyrer. Men det mangler jo noe her. Altså, vi kan jo ikke bygge kropp på vitaminer, mineraler, sporstoffer og nyttige fettsyrer. Så karbohydratene, som da hovedsakelig alginater, det jo selvfølgelig det jo der de lagrer energien, men vi dårlige på å nyttiggjøre oss de karbohydratene som i algene. Så vi kan ikke erstatte, vi kan ikke leve bare av alger. Da måtte vi ha bygd om magesekken vår, sånn at sjøkua kan det. Sjøkua kan leve av alger. Men landkua kan jo leve av gress, men vi kan ikke leve hverken av gress eller alger. Så da måtte vi ha en kjempelang tarm som kunne fermentert denne algen, før vi kunne nyttiggjøre oss. Det også lite fett i den, så lager vi snacks av søl eller blæretang, så det minimalt med fett. Men fettsyren finnes der. Og noen alger har mye proteiner. Men du skal høste veldig mye alger for å tilfredsstille proteinbehovet. Det 2 alger som rik på proteiner hos oss. Det denne sølen som jeg snakker om. Og så en som heter fjærehinne, som jeg skal vise dere bilder av snart. Tradisjon og bruk. Søl, som sagt. Det eneste vi kjenner fra vår kultur. Men vi har alltid brukt tang som dyrefôr og gjødsel. Det mye jod i tang. Man utvant jod av alger tidligere. Og aska har vært brukt i glassproduksjon. I dag høstes det ville alger. Vill taretråling ikke helt bærekraftig. Eller overhodet ikke bærekraftig. Men det høstes en god del tare langs med kysten. Til industriell produksjon, til fortykningsmidler. Alle sammen omgås alger hver dag, i tannkremen, i hudkremen, i iskremen. Alt dette som litt sånn tykt, det kommer fra alger. Så der det mange utfordringer med å klare å gjøre det bærekraftig. Ja. Men alger som mat velkjent i andre kulturer, særlig i Asia og rundt de britiske øyer. Irland og Japan er de landene som framstår som de største algespiserne. Årsaken er sikkert at de har hatt veldig alvorlige jordbrukskrise. Irland sin potetsvikt og Japan sin rissvikt har jo gjort at folk måtte ned i fjæra for å finne mat. Enkelte øyer i Japan så er 20% av kostholdet i dag bestående av alger. Det er ganske mye, og klart at kan vi erstatte. Jeg ser ikke for meg at vi bare skal spise ville vekster, men jeg ser for meg at det vil være veldig nyttig at vi kanskje spiser 10% ville vekster. Vi erstatter våre vanlige varer fra handlekurven fra butikken med 10% vilt, så vil det være veldig nyttig. Det viktigste er at veldig mange gjør det, og det er min misjon. For at det finnes jo noen sånne sekteriske grupper som spiser litt rare ting, men skal det bli en klimaeffekt av det, så må alle gjøre det. Så det er derfor jeg står her. For at alle skal spise mer vilt. Sanketips. Rent må det være. Jeg spurte om man har forsket på mikroplast i alger. Det er gjort lite. Jeg frykter resultatet litt, egentlig. For algene står jo og tar opp all næring i vannet. Tar ikke opp noen ting fra rota. Så den står i næringssubstansen. Hele algen tar opp næring. Så jeg er spent på den forskningen, men som jeg sa, kanskje vi har det reneste vannet i verden uansett. Det finnes ingen giftige makroalger. Alt er trygt å spise. Makroalger er da det vi kaller for tang og tare. Men man må følge sesongen hvis man vil ha den beste delen av planten som er best egnet til mat. Noen er best om våren, andre er best om høsten. Hvis jeg skulle gå ut og høste i dag, hvis dere er på tur i fjæra, så skal dere kjenne alle sammen grisetang. Den som har enkeltblære, den er veldig stor, veldig vanlig grisetang. Så hvis dere er i fjæra, så skal dere se under grisetangen, så kanskje det er noe sånn skjeggvekst på den. Ser ut som skjegg. Det kalles for grisetangdokke. Og det er den mest smakfulle algen av alle. Man kan bare ta litt og tørke og strø på fisken. Det kalles også for trøffeltang. Det smaker trøffel. Så utrolig fint fiskekrydder, og man kan lage olje av den. Og det er veldig spennende. Den er i sesong nå, og det er så poenget. Den er i sesong nå. Men man høster da hovedsakelig friske plantedeler. Skylles i saltvann. Det er veldig lett å tørke. Det kan også fryses. Pass på glatte berg, dragsug, sterke havstrømmer, folkens, når dere er ute der. Mange blir veldig ivrige og frister skjebnen der i fjæra, men det bør man ikke gjøre. Så det er sånn obs på fingertare da. Mattilsynet advarer mot at det er for mye jod. Vi har jo for lite jod i kostholdet i dag. Men man forsker, eller man prøver å finne ut av det her. Det er litt rart, for i Japan så spiser man en alge som er tilsvarende fingertare i store mengder, mens Mattilsynet i Norge har satt en obs på det, fordi at man er usikker på effekten av denne joden. Det er jo skjoldbruskkjertelen som må være helt i balanse i forhold til jodinntak, så for mye er for galt, og for lite er galt. Så foreløpig så styrer vi litt unna fingertare, for det er ekstreme mengder jod i den. Også kadmium i fingertare. Og kadmium finnes i vannet. Det er ikke nødvendigvis noe forurensningskilde, det bare finnes i havet. Og fingertarene tar lett opp kadmium. Det jeg står og holder her er sukkertare, som er en av de beste tareartene. Jeg bruker å lage lasagne. Bytte ut lasagneplaten med tørka sukkertareblader. Får man jo den næringen som er i disse algene, i stedet for denne, jeg skal ikke karakterisere pastaplate, men ikke spesielt sunt. Pluss at det er godt. Det har en nøtteaktig smak, i tillegg til en sånn umami som er litt sånn udefinert. Butare, min favoritt-tare kanskje, den er best om våren. Mild smak av hav og nøtter. Sporofyllene er disse bladlignende organene nederst her, som det er formeringsorganer. De har et ganske komplisert sexliv, disse tarene. Men de slipper jo ut sporer i vannmassene, som er pelagisk. Men de har en annen smak enn selve planten. Fin å pakke fiskefilet inn, eller male opp til krydder, med kokekraft. Mye B12. Det er jo, hvis det er noen veganere her, så sliter man jo litt med B12-nivå. Kan man spise butar, hvis man vil. Blæretang er kjent. Blomstra. Hvis dere har tangen blomstra. Tangen, det er jo ikke blomster, men det er jo fermeringsorganene da, som settes på våren. Fantastisk sprø. Tangen i seg selv, fersk tang, kan være litt sånn, teksturen kan være litt seig, men disse blomsterne på tangen er helt sprø, og liksom, kan lett bare brukes fersk på en salat. Vi er en sånn salt, fin, ikke sprø, men hva skal jeg kalle det? Den er saftig, men sprø, hvis man kan forestille seg det. Så er den veldig god på. Jeg bruker mye av denne, maler den opp og tilsetter i brød. Ja. Og dette er fjærreine. Dette er norien som dere spiser når dere er på Kina, eller og spiser asiatisk mat og får sushi. Så får dere det rullet inn i sånne plater. Nori er den algen som har størst økonomisk betydning i verden. Dyrkes enorme mengder av den i Asia, så det man kjøper her er jo fra Asia. Men det er jo egentlig bare å gå ned i fjæra og plukke det. Når man tørker denne på litt hard varme, alle algene som jeg bruker til mat, varmebehandler, da skjer det ting. Da skjer det noe med smaken og konsistensen som gjør at det blir veldig godt og spennende å spise. Denne norien har jeg på et glass hjemme, tørka. Jeg må liksom sette den bort sammen med lørdagsgodtene. For barnebarna, de elsker den, og de liksom, hvor er tangen når de kommer hjem til meg og skal spise algen. Ja. Skal jeg oppsummere? Jeg skal bare si at tarmegrønske er et bra kamuflasje. Den bør man spise mye av. Men oppsummeringen blir da jeg skal ikke ta standpunkt. Oppsummeringen blir da at det finnes det er en positiv greie. Altså, i Folkeaksjonen så prøvde vi å være positiv, peke på muligheter. Det var svaret til oljeindustrien som svartmaler samfunnet vårt. Jeg peker på mulighetene gjennom å gjøre dette. Jeg mener at man må gjøre mer enn å drikke havremelk og sortere søppel. Man må ut og være aktiv, man må ut og lære om naturen, man må ut og nyttiggjøre seg naturen og spise naturen. Det er så mye godt der ute. Takk for meg.
Tusen takk, Adani. I'll just give a little summary for those who speak English. As I said earlier, Odane was one of the leaders of the campaign to protect Lofoten, Vesterålen and Senja, which are islands in the north of Norway that were threatened by oil and gas, the oil and gas industry, in a very, very important areas of biodiversity and culture in Norway. And they were often accused of just saying no, no, no. So as one of their answers to say yes to what kind of alternatives we could have to oil and gas and to polluting industries was to use more of seaweed and kelp and the things that one finds in the ocean. And so that's why it's called Lofotens Ville Kjøkken, the Lofoten's wild kitchen. We don't think of the seas as a place all the time that's full of nutrients, but the sea kind of fertilizes the area around the coast, and there's a lot of things that people can use there to food, and Odd Arne himself uses a lot of this in his food, and there's cookbooks that you can buy for it, and they're rich in minerals and vitamins and often protein, and of course are used in a lot of different cultures, food particularly in Asia, but also where I come from in Britain, we use these things quite a lot. So this is one of the things that, one of several things that we need to live, have a life after oil and gas. Yes?
Is there like a number of how many edible seaweed species there are in Norway?
A number? About 20, I think.
20?
Yeah, the question was how many edible species are there of seaweed, and there's about 20 in Norway, which is a lot.
How is it possible when only in Hawaii you have 70 species, and Hawaii is such a small scale in the ocean? It just means that it's not undiscovered yet. How many edible species there are?
How many in Hawaii? 70?
17 in Hawaii.
17?
17 yeah, edible species.
I don't know what.
So maybe there are more in Norway, but you haven't figured it out.
Yeah, maybe there are more in Norway, and there's a lot of research that needs to go into this. There are a lot of people working on research on this in Norway. There are lot of people looking into bioeconomics generally. It's a big thing in Norway, and as always, we kind of follow those things. Yeah.
Holland, you already have more than 20 species of seaweed.
Yeah, I'm sure there are more in Norway as well that they can find. So there is a lot of research going into bioeconomy in Norway, as they say.
All of the species are edible, so
Yeah.
but it's not known as food at this time.
We'll move on to the next presenter, Veronica. You're a beach cleaner and an ambassador for Hold Norge Rent. Not Friluftsliv, which is the sort of Friluftsliv is a Scandinavian concept that's very important about kind of getting out in nature and enjoying it, and not destroying it. So there's an organization called Norsk Friluftsliv that does these things, and Veronica is an ambassador for them. And there's a lot of different things which I'm sure she's going to tell us more about.
I have so much to talk about.
Okay.
And do I connect it? Hello. Do you hear me? Hi, my name is Veronica Skotnes. This is me. I'm 23 years old, and I live on this boat, my sailboat, in Finnmark, which is up north in the Arctic here in Norway. And today I'm just going to tell you a story, actually, about how I ended up in this container in Finnmark. And my story, it actually starts here. This is Svalbard, which Geir has already talked about. I was living on Svalbard for a year, studying to be a nature guide in the Arctic. This is Svalbard, if you don't know already. Geir has introduced it very well, so I don't have to talk much about it. But it's an archipelago quite close to the North Pole. At 78 degrees north is Longyearbyen, the main settlement here. And of course, the great paradox on Svalbard is that it's one of the areas in the world that notice climate change the most. And paradoxically, it's also an area which is very, very dependent on fossil fuels. So when I was living there, I had this idea that I was trying to not fly at all, which is very hard when you live on an island in the Barents Sea. So I was like hitchhiking a lot with cargo ships, going back and forth, which is also not the best, but it was kind of a symbolic gesture anyway. And as you probably know, there was a great pandemic hitting us in around March 2020, and Svalbard was also very affected by this pandemic. I lost my job and my apartment there, and I was kind of standing there trying to figure out what to do next. So I took a very farewell with Svalbard, and I traveled to Oslo, and then I bought this sailboat. Villekulla is her name. She's a 42 feet ketch-rigged sailboat in steel, and she did not look like this when I bought her. I had to spend many hours fixing her up. And I spent 2 months in Oslo trying to get this boat ready to sail, and I decided to start one of my, had been one of my dreams for a very long time, which was to sail the whole coast of Norway. And in June of 2020, I started the sail, and my goal for this journey was to really take it slowly as I could. I only had one limitation, which was that I had to start my studies in Alta in Finnmark, in northern Norway, around 1st of September. So I had about 3 months to spend. And my goal was to really try to find all of the most secluded places along the Norwegian coast where there were no people at all, and maybe hadn't been people for a long time, where you could just like be alone and discover the coast and the nature around there. And I found a lot of these places. And the Norwegian coast is probably one of the most beautiful coastlines in the world. Yes? Were you traveling alone?
Yeah, I was sailing alone, but I usually had friends. It was kind of a floating hostel, if you want to. We had people coming on board all the time and going out. It was very, very fun. And these are some of the most amazing places along the Norwegian coastline. It's no people, it's very secluded,
and you can only get there by boat, and you can only get there if you have your own boat as well. And then I ended up in Finnmark, and I've been living on my boat in Finnmark since then, which is not the worst, as you can see. It's a bit cold sometimes, but it's pretty good. But what I noticed when sailing was that even though I was visiting these places that had no people, the traces of humans were still everywhere in this form, in forms of plastic waste. And this made me very upset, of course, because you are traveling to these amazing places and they are completely polluted, even though no one has ever been there. So I got in touch with an organization. It's called In the Same Boat, and it's a Norwegian NGO that is working to clean plastic here in Norway, along the Norwegian coastline. And they asked me if I wanted to start my own team in Finnmark. So I did. And right now I am working on cleaning this area in Finnmark, which is pretty close to the Russian border. What we are seeing is that the plastic that we are seeing here is very old. Finnmark is hard to reach. There are not many people live here. It's actually about 70,000 people live in the whole area of Finnmark, and the area is the same size as Denmark. So it's very isolated, it's harsh, the weather is harsh, and it's hard to get around with a boat. Which means that a lot of the plastic that we find has been living there has been sitting there for 50, maybe 60 years, and it's become a huge part of the vegetation in the area. It's almost becoming a part of the nature. We find most plastic from the fishing industries. As Geir was also saying, the fishing industry is from not just Norwegian fishers, but Russian, British, Dutch, Spanish, and Norwegian. As you can see, this is a typical beach in Finnmark. And what we also see, which is maybe contradictory to what most people think, but areas where there are few people are more polluted than areas with a lot of people. What we notice is that people are very good at cleaning their own areas, like the areas around themselves, like here in Trondheim, for instance. Maybe you have a lot of waste from people, like cigarettes, what's it called, cigarettes? Yeah, cigarettes or plastic cups, you know, stuff like that. But the really big polluted areas are the places where there are no people, where people are not able to go clean because it's not accessible. But the good news in this is that beach cleaning is working, even if it's just small percentage. We are actually able to clean these areas, and this is as well a very typical what we call a hotspot in Finnmark, where we come and it's almost more plastic than it is natural things. And we see that when we are leaving these areas, it's actually clean, which is an amazing feeling. These are the areas we have been cleaning in this summer. And it doesn't look like much, but we have actually removed 40,000 kilos of marine waste in the 3 months that we have been here. We have a team of people from all over the world. This is my team. We are not that many. They are from Mexico, Montenegro, and Spain. And they have come here to help us clean the Norwegian coastline, which I think is amazing. And also, we are in need of more volunteers. So if this is something you are interested in doing for a summer, then you can get in touch. It's very fun. And if you want to get in touch with me, or you want to learn more about what I'm doing and all of this, you can reach me on Instagram. It's the easiest. Or you can follow me if you want to. It's a bit of a shameless promotion here. Or if you want to learn more about the organization that I work for or the work that I do. That's all I have. Thank you. Are there any questions? in the same boat. Yeah. And we have been working for 5 years, actually. This is the first time we are in Finnmark, but they have been working for 5 years in other parts of the Norwegian coast. And I think about 1,000 tons of marine waste has been removed in the same boat. So we have teams in the west coast and around Nordland, which is like Lofoten and Helgeland, and also now in Finnmark. Yes?
What are the municipalities in Finnmark doing for plastic cleaning also?
Not much. Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, the question is what's the municipality of Finnmark doing? We have a lot of cooperation with municipalities as well, and right now we are working under what is called Handels Miljøfond, which is the plastic bag fund. You know, each time you buy a plastic bag, some amounts of money go to this fund, and they are the ones that are financing our operations in the Arctic. Yeah, but we have a lot of cooperation with like local communities, and of course the local communities in Finnmark are very small. So when we go there, it's not the same as coming to a place like Oslo. It's usually like the mayor is there to greet us in the harbor and maybe joining us for beach cleaning, or like we are very much welcomed in Finnmark, and yeah, we have a great cooperation with everyone. Yeah, thank you.
You said that it worked really well, this cleaning, but I think I read that in general the plastic just gets more and more, also in Norway. So do you also have activities to try to stop the people from polluting it anymore? Because I think it could be a real motivation if you show people this picture you had with the before and after cleaning, and then combine it with the demand to have, I don't know, stricter rules or more controlling of the rules and so on to stop the plastic coming back.
Yeah. So the question is if like why do we see more plastic waste coming if this is helping, or did I understand you correctly?
Yes, and are you working to, or are you like maybe joining efforts with other organizations to lobby to also to stop new plastic from coming?
Yeah, and how we are working to prevent more plastic from coming into the ocean. So what we are seeing is that there has already happened like a big change in the way, for instance, the fishing industry is working. As I said, a lot of the plastic that we find is very old, from a time where it was very common to just throw things on the ocean if you didn't need it anymore. And I think the fishing industry has really is changing in the sense that this is not normal anymore. Like you are trying very hard to dispose all the trash in a good manner. But of course, a lot gets thrown overboard or a lot gets lost overboard, and I think this is one of the biggest challenges that we are facing right now, is how do we prevent things from coming overboard, because we see that the fishing industry is the biggest polluter, at least in the north of the polar circle. And we also see that the fish farming, not so much in Finnmark, but in Nordland around Lofoten, is a big part of the polluters. And the fish farm industry, we are working very closely with to try and help them dispose of the waste that they have. But of course, things get lost, and when you are out there in the Barents Sea and it's blowing, 25 knots or 30 knots, it's easy for us to sit here and say that we can't throw plastic overboard, but we are not the ones out there, So I think this is one of the biggest challenges that we are facing. Yeah. Yeah.
One more question after we move on. Yeah.
Yeah. So really not trying to put you on the spot or anything, just asking because you might know, but we already heard that maybe 94% of the plastic is actually on the bottom of the sea.
Yeah.
Do you know any initiatives that are actually trying to solve that issue rather than the 4% that wash up on the beach? Because we see a lot about these beach cleaning activities, right?
Yeah, the question is what about the other 95% that is on the bottom of the ocean? So we are cleaning, what we can see, which is the 5%. And maybe Geir, you actually know something about this.
There are studies being done now trying to, to see what, and it's big discussions, on this, because very often people trying to make maybe solving the problem at the coast where the nation is having a kind of area where they are kind of responsible for. But when you are out on these big ocean, nobody takes responsibility and so on. So therefore we need international agreements in a way what to do, and at the United Nations level they are discussing, how should this be done. But there is not a solution yet.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Veronica.
Yeah, thank you.
Kan vi ta det i lunsjen? Eller, ja. Vi har bare en innledning igjen. Thank you very much, Veronica. You see? No, because I have to put it in. We'll move on to the final presentation before lunch. And that is, well, I was thinking how will I introduce this, but I think you guys can introduce yourselves because there's a lot to it. We have a team here from World Saving Hustle who are going to talk about their campaign Together for Our Oceans. And I'll put this full screen. How do you do that? Son.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me? Great. Sabina here is going to start with some facts about the ocean pollution. We already talked about that a lot today, but we also want to state why it's important for us to work on these issues, and then I will talk more about what we do and how you can join us.
Okay, hi everybody. Plastic pollution has become one of the most pressing environmental issues nowadays, as the increasing production of plastic products overwhelms the world's ability to deal with them. So Together for the Oceans aims to be part of the solution. Firstly, I'm going to introduce us. Who is World Saving Hustle? We are an organization that fights for a better world for humans, animals, and the planet itself. We are mostly focusing on collaboration between organizations and across different cause areas. And we also want to create awareness around this, around the connection between those areas. But firstly, aim of our organization is self-care, because when we take care of ourselves, we can educate ourselves, and after that, we can take an action. So I'm going to talk a little bit about plastic itself. So what is it, and why is it a problem? Over the last century, humans have learned how to make synthetic polymers, sometimes using natural substances like cellulose, but more often using plentiful carbon atoms provided by fossil fuels and petroleum. Synthetic polymers are made up of chains of atoms arranged in repeating units, and the length of these chains and the patterns in which they are arrayed, this is what makes these polymers so strong, lightweight, and flexible. In other words, this is what makes them so plastic. So how long does it take to break down? Of course, it can be broke down, but it takes a lot of time. And the problem is, when it breaks down into smaller pieces, also known as microplastic and nanoplastic. nanoplastic is so small particles, but we can literally breathe them in. And we still don't know all the effects that can be caused by these particles on our health. Fish ingest 12,000 to 24,000 tons of plastic each year. They can choke, sustain intestinal injury, and die, and transfer plastic up the food chain. Researchers also found that a quarter of fish at markets contains plastics in their guts, mostly in the form of plastic microfibers, which is from our clothes. Sea turtles can also mistake floating plastic garbage for food. They can choke, sustain internal injury, and die. They can starve because they think that they are full from eating plastic. Also, it was found that plastic can affect their reproduction. It was estimated that 60% of seabird population also ingested plastic, and that number tends to increase by to 99% by 2050. Often dead seabirds found with their stomachs full of plastic, as was said previously, and it brightly illustrates how the amount of plastic in our oceans has increased in the past 40 years. Ghost fishing is also an issue here. Abandoned fishing nets leave animals suffocating and starving, and it also attracts other animals, and the cycle continues. If we're talking about human rights, and here environmental racism is an issue. It's a form of systemic racism. Their communities of color are disproportionately burdened with health hazards through policies and practices that force them to live in proximity to sources of toxic waste, such as landfills, mines, major roads, power stations, and emitters of airborne particulate matter. As a result, these communities suffer great rates of health problems because of these pollutants. Invisible plastic has also been found in water, in tap water, in beer, in salt, and it was present in all samples collected from the oceans, from the world oceans, including Arctic. Several chemical compounds that used for production of plastic compounds, plastic products, are known to be carcinogenic, and they can interfere with humans' endocrine system and cause developmental, reproductive, neurological, and immune disorders. And that is an issue that we still don't know all the effects that can be caused by nanoplastics.
Yeah. Now you heard a lot about the issues, which we already heard a lot about, but of course we want to do something about it. And we want to focus on, firstly, what you can do as an individual. The first thing you can do is, of course, reduce plastic consumption. So there's a lot of things in your everyday life that you may be able to switch out. So maybe take a day or two and write down everything you use, so you become more aware of what you do, and then it will be easier to change your habits. Also, try to recycle the plastic that you do use. It's important to call your local recycling station, because in a lot of places they do different ways of recycling their waste. So some places you might have to clean it, some places they might not recycle all the types of plastic, and if you put everything in the same bag, everything will be burned instead of you recycling the right way. So that's an important thing to do. You can participate in different beach and river cleanups, and of course always also in city cleanups and stuff like that, because a lot of it still ends up in the ocean. That's an important thing to add. You can also get in touch with the representatives and the politicians in your area regarding what you can do locally and what they already do to try to be the best citizen you can be in your area. And also, has anyone here heard about min sak? Can you just raise your hand if you have? Okay, good. Then I can talk a little bit about that. Min sak is like a petition page where you get a certain amount of signatures. So I think it's 300 for the county and 500 for the fylke, like the region, kind of. And if you get that amount, your local politicians have to adjust that in the agenda of their local town meeting. That means that you can make demands on what they should vote over, for instance. So we in World Saving Hustle, for instance, we did that in a few cities with declaring climate crisis. So in some cities in Norway, they have now declared climate crisis due to that, so you can use it as a direct democratic way. So it's a really cool page, and you should check it out if you're a Norwegian. And of course, tell your friends and family about these issues. And like the same thing with reducing plastic, it might not help a lot in the big picture, but it's important to show that if you care about this issue, you're willing to act upon it, because that will generate more effects all around. Our project aims to contribute to the cleaner ocean, and we arrange at least 30 cleanups and 10 lectures around Norway during the year 2021. This is supported by Handelsmiljøfond, as was mentioned a bit earlier as well. What we do is we try to map out the different locations where we can find trash. We have Hold Norge Rent, which already does this, but there's not always that much of an updated information, so we try to figure out where the trash actually is, and then we want to create awareness with spreading information, so we have the lectures, and then we of course do the cleanups itself, both for symbolic purposes but also to get away the trash from the local areas. So far we have done around 15 cleanups this year in person, but we also during lockdown, which we all remember, we had a social media campaign where we tried to focus on getting people to clean up in their area, because we couldn't meet up. So we still were able to do some of the campaigning, and we had some of the lectures online. Yeah, we have around 10 partners, because we talked about earlier that it's important for us with the collaboration, and 2 of them are Friends of the Earth Youth and Friends of the Earth, eller Naturvernstudentene og Naturvernforbundet. The project is based nationally, so you can join anywhere, but we have local chapters that's active in these cities: Kristiansand, Trondheim, Bergen, Stavanger, and Oslo. And right now we're actually on a tour called Together for the Ocean Tour 2021, where we try to travel around and do these lectures and clean up to spread more awareness and create more engagement in the local areas where we already have a few volunteers. We are now, we have already been in Kristiansand, are now in Trondheim, obviously, and we're going to Bergen, Stavanger, Oslo, and Fredrikstad as well. And we also stop on the road, because we are driving an electrical car, so we're also stopping on the road cleaning when we can. So if you live in any of these areas and you want to join us, please get in touch. Or if you live somewhere else in Norway and you want to contribute, it would be lovely if you just contacted us, and you can reach me at katarina@worldsavingshustle.com if you want to create a new area, or you want to join one of the others. And if you're here in Trondheim, you can contact Sabina, which is our local organizer. And we are also having a cleanup today, so if you meet us outside after, we will take the city bikes down to Nidalva and do some cleaning together. So yeah, we hope to see you there, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Are there any immediate questions to presenters? I was just going to add that I'm going to talk a little bit tomorrow about Friends of the Earth Norway and what we do. with plastics. Also regarding the question on kind of what we do about supply and reducing the amount of plastic in circulation. So we also have had things like beach cleaning days annually, where we have all our groups go out and do beach cleaning. We also have a team in our secretariat that works on circular economy and trying to reduce plastic waste with the government. So I'll talk a little bit more about that tomorrow, but just so you know that we have lots of different other things that you can get involved in. They produce things like plastic-free kindergarten guides. So they work with the kindergarten associations nationally to reduce plastic waste in kindergartens with parents, and they've produced lots of other things about kind of how to live environmentally consciously in your local area and reduce your waste generally. So circular economy is something we're working on kind of all the time. Are there any more kind of questions to any of the issues that were raised here today, or any of the people who are still here of the presenters? Yes?
I just want to ask, because you said the things that you can do, but if 80% comes from fishing, wouldn't the number one thing that we could do to keep the plastic out of the oceans be just ditching fish from our diets?
Good question. The question was, given that fishing is responsible for such a large amount of plastic waste in the ocean, wouldn't it be a good idea to reduce fish in our diet? Although my surname is Fisher, but I've never eaten fish or fished. So I'm probably not the right person to answer this, but fish is a very, very important part of the Norwegian diet and culture, and can be done in a sustainable way. So we work a lot with fishing groups and others on a lot of different issues. And there's been a lot of issues in kind of Norway of how fisheries reform has happened and how that's kind of supported big trawlers over, if you like, traditional fishing ways. There's problems also with traditional Sami fishing that they've encountered for some of the things we've discussed here today. So it's certainly possible. Yes, we have to reduce the amount of meat we eat as well, and fish. But it's certainly possible to do it in a more sustainable way. So we work a lot on kind of different strategies for doing that with the government. The previous government, although the previous Prime Minister, Erna Solberg, was the kind of leader of the World Ocean Panel, it's fair to say she is better at kind of pointing the finger at other countries than doing things here at home. So we're working hard. For example, one of our big demands in the election campaign was that 30% of Norwegian ocean areas should be protected. And we continue working on that, and a number of issues to do with kind of circular economy and plastic reduction. Another thing is, although Norway isn't in the EU, it's part of the EEA and has to implement EU directives, and there's a lot of stuff coming out of Brussels on plastics and reducing things like that as well. So in a way, Norway might be forced into more of these things. Another thing we're pushing for is a ban on single-use plastics, which we've made some progress on as well. So to answer your question kind of in a more roundabout way, I think there is potential, certainly, for improving things in the fishing industry. And we do work quite closely with kind of the fishing organisations here in Norway, which are quite strong to do that. But there's a lot of progress that needs to be made, I think. And I think also people need to realise, yeah, fishing does have an impact. It's not just to kind of plucking fish out of the ocean. It has a massive impact, and that's something we have to take into account. Yes?
Short comment.
Yeah. Very short, because we need to, there's one little admin thing we need to do. Very short?
Just raising a question earlier.
Yeah.
Biodegradable fish nets.
Biodegradable fish nets. I can't claim to be an expert on this issue, so I'm not sure, Guide, if you have any.
The Dutch are doing a lot on that. They are looking into that, and there are testing done.
Yeah, the answer was the Dutch are doing a lot on it. Good for them, and we need a lot more research on this, clearly. I think you can say that about any of these issues, but that's partly why we wanted to discuss the oceans, because, yeah, as we've discussed, so much of it is still an unknown, despite it covering so much of the planet. So that's an important thing. Before I just hand over to Anna Guri for a practical thing, it's lunch now, and we have 50 minutes for lunch, I think. We've only gone 10 minutes over, so we have until 1:30, also 13:30 for that. There were 10 people who said they were vegan, and I've ordered 11 vegan baguettes, so that should be enough, just in case another vegan turn up. And also there were 2 people who said they needed gluten-free, So I've also ordered 3 gluten-free baguettes just in case one like fell off or something. To the rest of you, you've all been ordered vegetarian baguettes. So that's kind of the main thing on the left there. So if you are not gluten-free or vegetarian, if you don't have a gluten allergy or you're not a vegan, please don't touch the gluten-free and vegan ones, at least until the vegans and people with gluten allergies have had a chance to take theirs. But there should be more than enough of the vegetarian baguette for 1 each. And there'll be more coffee and more tea coming, because it's nice to see there's lots of tea drinkers here for me as a Brit. I've been kind of Norwegianized. You'll see that I think Norway has the highest per capita consumption of coffee in the world by quite some way. So you will eventually succumb to the need for coffee, I'm afraid, but it's good to see that you haven't got there quite yet. So there will be more tea, is my point. Quick, yeah.
Other tea than just black tea, like coffee-free tea?
I'm not sure if we can do that, but I'll chat to the cafe and see what they can do. And then I'll hand over to Anna Guri, because as was mentioned in the last presentation, we're hoping to take you on a little excursion via the city bikes in Trondheim. The city bike system is one that requires kind of downloading an app, basically. So Anna Guri is going to explain that very quickly to you now before you have lunch. And if you have any questions, also we can kind of follow that up. Anna Guri?
Yes.
Okay, if everybody's ready, we'll start the next session. So as I said earlier, we have a big climate conference, big climate summit coming up in November in Glasgow. It was delayed last year, or rather postponed last year. So there's a lot of expectations building up. And the question is, how can we both kind of understand what's going on at COP26 in Glasgow? How can we affect it? How can we affect Norway? How can we discuss the issues? So there's a lot to unpack there, and that's why we have three very, very capable speakers who are going to take us through that. And first we have Solveig Aamodt, who is a senior researcher at Cicero, which I assume everybody has heard of. This is a kind of leading climate change research centre in Norway. And Solveig is going to start us off by talking about how do we get here and where do we go next. And then after Solveig, we'll hear from Rachel Kennelly, who is a campaigner at Friends of the Earth England and Wales and Northern Ireland. Not Scotland. Scotland always has its own organisations in Britain. So there's also something called Friends of the Earth Scotland, who she works very closely with, but they're working a lot on what's going on kind of on the ground in Glasgow. And then we'll hear from Elise Åsnes, who is the deputy leader of Spira, which is the youth organisation for the Development Fund. And she'll be talking a little bit about what Norwegian organisations are doing. But first, Solveig.
Yes. Should I put this?
Yeah, if you can.
Is it okay now? The mic? Yeah, okay. So you have to excuse me. This is the first time I have a live audience and can't hide behind the screen in like 1.5 years. So if it's a bit too much into the computer, that's a corona habit that's sticking. Thank you very much for inviting me. It's always, before the COPs, it's always very interesting for us researchers as well to understand what's going on in civil society and what kinds of questions that you're interested in. So we try as much as possible to not just sit in our ivory tower and study the world from there, but try to go out. So I hope that I will be able to travel to Scotland. It's been sort of pending for a long time, and then it looks like now that I'll be able to go, but this year has shown that you can never be too sure. I call this presentation the COP26 in Glasgow, How Did We Get Here and Where Did We Go Next? Because it's sort of, I'll try not to talk too much about the past, but I personally find it difficult to understand what's going on at COP without having some historical perspective. And I'll not talk too much about the history, but just a little bit on the key events. Then I'm going to talk about North-South relations, and this is because this is what I've done most of my research on, but it's also what I find sort of define the large conflicts in the climate negotiations. It's between the global north and the global south. And there are, of course, lots of differences within both those groups, but I will get a little bit back to that, the larger lines of conflict. Then I know that you are working on climate justice and a just transition. To me, they are sort of different things, climate justice and just transition. They touch upon each other, but I will talk a little bit about them, the way they're seen from a researcher perspective, and then I'm sure that will be a lot of discussion, and I'm interested in hearing your opinions about these issues later as well. And then lastly, a little bit of the Glasgow COP and what to expect there. So first of all, COP is an abbreviation for Conference of the Parties. And if you're going to COP or you're going to read about it, especially if you read those bulletins that are put out as sort of resumes, summaries of what's going on, there are lots of abbreviations. And you don't need to know all of them, but COP and UNFCCC. You should know, and you will come across it. So the parties that we refer to, Conference of the Parties, they are the parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, the UNFCCC. That was decided upon in Rio de Janeiro in 1992, so it was the first climate summit. And then these countries got together. The first COP was in Berlin, I think. So that was COP1. I think it was in '95. So after that, you've had them more or less yearly. You had the COP3 in Kyoto in 1997 that you may have heard about, the Kyoto Protocol. Kyoto Protocol, yeah, it's sort of the first large global climate agreement, and in Kyoto they divided, or this was done before in Rio, but the responsibility for lowering climate gases, greenhouse gases, was divided between developed and developing countries. So the developed countries, which is Europe, North America, or US, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, Japan, and also the former Soviet countries. They had responsibilities to cut emissions, while other countries, so developing countries, did not have these responsibilities under the Kyoto Protocol. So that's the Annex 1, non-Annex 1 divide. And also Kyoto Protocol introduced market mechanisms. The quota trading that you can, Norway can pay to lower emissions in China, and then we can count those emissions on our emission accounting. This was established in Kyoto, and it was Europe was initially very skeptic. The EU was very skeptic to having these market mechanisms in the climate regime, but the US pushed a lot for these market mechanisms. Later, the US withdrew from the Kyoto Protocol, but the market mechanisms stayed, and that's why they are quite prominent today in the whole regime of global climate governance. You might have heard of the COP15 in Copenhagen in 2009. That was the sort of huge failure or disappointment. The plan was to have a new Kyoto agreement, or a new climate agreement for all countries in Copenhagen, or at least that was the plan of the EU and Denmark. But they could not agree. What they agreed on was the Copenhagen Accord. There was a much looser, in legal terms, agreement, more voluntary, and also on the 2-degree target, I think was introduced to these UN papers or UN decisions in Copenhagen. And then you had Paris. You had lots of back and forth between Copenhagen and Paris. And it was understood that what you wanted as a legally binding agreement, you wanted all countries to internationally bind themselves to targets like you had in the Kyoto Protocol system. That was not possible. China did not want to do that, and the US did not want to do that. And it wouldn't be that much of an ambitious agreement if China or the US are not in. So the Paris Agreement is a compromise that instead of having internationally binding targets, you're bound to have nationally determined contributions. And you're not bound to accomplish those contributions, but you're bound to have them as a part of the Paris Agreement. And these contributions are going to be ratcheted up every 5 years. So every 5 years, you're supposed to develop, each country or each party develops, in reality, the parties are countries, apart from the EU, that's one party. But in Glasgow, that was supposed to be last year, so 2020 was the 5 years since Paris, so all countries should have upgraded their national contributions, the NDCs, but then it's postponed to this year. So Glasgow is the first COP with new NDCs. At least that's the intention. So that's a little bit of history. I'm going to say a little bit about the North-South relations. So I showed this map because the relationship between the North and the South in the climate negotiations has a lot to do with perspective. How do you see the world? What is climate change? What kind of a problem is it? And when we talk about North-South, in the climate world, we still talk about developed and developing countries. In many other fields, we would stop talking about developing countries because it's sort of saying that, okay, developed countries got here, we made it, and then the rest of you are working to come to where we are. But this is not really how it is. It's a much more dynamic world. But in the climate negotiations, it's important for the developing countries to be developing countries. So that's what they identify as. So in climate world, developing countries are the ones that were defined as non-Annex I countries in 1992. Yeah, so most of the world, apart from the richest, what we used to call industrialized countries. So it's a lot of former colonial countries, and that has a lot to do with their self-understanding in international relations. So back to the question of what is climate change. Is it mainly that we need to reduce emissions, or does climate change have to do with development? In Norway and in Europe, we've been quite stubborn or quite little interested in connecting climate change and development. We've been seeing this more of as a numbers exercise, that you have a climate budget and we're way over our budget, so we need to reduce our emissions. So the main problem to be solved in the international climate negotiations is to reduce emissions. For developing countries, for many countries, the countries that have been prominent representatives there, it's China, India, Brazil. They've always seen this differently. That climate change, it's about emissions that were accumulated in the atmosphere, and this accumulation started with the Industrial Revolution. And the Industrial Revolution happened during colonial times, where European countries took huge advantage of developing countries. So our luxury emissions, the emissions that we have today, they're built on our colonial history, and thus our development is built on injustice, and this injustice is embedded in the international system. So you're not an equal. As when Norway goes to international relations into the UN and say something, they're treated differently from if India goes there. And this structural inequality that you have in international relations is also visible in the climate negotiations. And it's been important for developing countries to say, we are not accepting this. We're not accepting that our system for reducing emissions internationally is going to build on those unfair structures that are already there. So it's a question, is it a numbers exercise? Is it really just about science and environment? Or is it a diplomatic and political question as well? Who are you? Who are you representing? And what kinds of questions can we bring up in the international climate negotiations? And it's about mitigation, which is about lowering emissions, and adapting to climate change. And how much should the rich countries pay for developing countries' need to adapt to the climate changes that we caused? So these are the background questions. To me, climate justice is a lot about what's going on in the negotiations. And as a research field, it's a lot about finding a just equation for dividing responsibility for mitigation, for lowering emissions. And it's inside the UNFCCC, in the framework agreement, convention, there's the sentence common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities. So it's the CBDR principle. It's that it's a common responsibility, but we have different, it's different. All of us are responsible, but some are more responsible. So the rich countries are more responsible and also have a much higher capacity to do something. So rich countries like Norway need to move first. Europe has to move first. The US has to move first. Have they? Depends on who you ask. But from a Norwegian and a European perspective, we are leaders. We are front runners. From a developing country perspective, rich countries have not done at all enough. Or a lot remains, and there's the notion of climate debt that we talked about, the colonial debt that we still have to repay. So the finance question is a big question. And also there's the question about representation in the negotiations. Who do we listen to? Who sets the agenda? And what's on the agenda? And many times developing countries have had to struggle for their concerns to be put on the agenda in the international negotiations. And then they come up with, yes, you count us, we're here, but does our voice count? And these things are mainly related to the international relations issue of climate negotiations. Then you have the just transition, and this is, it's not a new issue, but it's much more talked about now. I found this quote from the COP8 in New Delhi in India in 2002, where some Europeans were saying that we're feeling that their hard-won treaties, or the Kyoto Protocol, and the ideas and the negotiation about numbers to address and reverse climate change is being transformed into an issue of third world development. And this is what the developing countries have tried to put on the agenda all the time, that it's not just about the numbers, and it's not just about cutting emissions. It's about our society developing, our people having the equal right to develop and to have social and economic welfare in line with those in Europe, in the US, and we have to do this while cutting emissions at the same time. So we cannot take the same path. We cannot pollute all we want and then start cutting. We have to do the same, both things at the same time, and you need to finance it. So rich countries need to finance this. And until we got to Sustainable Development Goals, this idea to keep climate change outside all other questions, that other questions are not relevant. We need to discuss cutting emissions. That's our primary target. But then we got the Sustainable Development Goals, and to me it's sort of a recognition of this bringing development into climate change, because all countries have agreed that these 17 goals, they're indivisible. You can't divide them. And climate is just one of them here. So climate change has sort of put, the Sustainable Development Goals has sort of put climate change mitigation, the lowering of emission, into a squeeze. You have to do it, but you also have to think of other things. You can't just build windmills in India. There are some people who live there. Some people have their agricultural land there. Some people are already marginalized and use a part of this wood that's there, and the government doesn't recognize them. And you have to think about that before you put out those windmills. And it's made it a lot more complicated for Norway and for the EU, that you have to think about all these things at the same time. And it's been difficult for us to accept that we can't just finance projects abroad. We have to talk about our consumption. We have to talk about our luxury emissions, all the things that are not really necessary. And it's been very difficult. We've always rejected to have these things on the agenda in the international negotiations. But these are all parts of just transition. And we see it in Norway as well. When we put up windmills, there's some harm to nature, there's some harm to people. And how do we deal with that? We need to deal with that in a climate context. And this is difficult for many old climate people, that all these issues are brought in, these developing issues that we're not really supposed to talk about. Or it's not our agenda, it's someone else's agenda. And this makes it difficult, but also very interesting to study, like how do we deal with this, the trade-offs. For Glasgow, I put up some questions. Of course, I don't know what will go on. I don't know what will be the top of the agenda, what will happen there. Some people talk about a next Paris because of the new NDCs. Will we have like, okay, all countries go, like, this is really a new go. No, we will have action. But then there's also the question, are states really that important anymore? Like, everything is put down to the national level, and non-state actors, NGOs, businesses, finance is finally on. Sometimes we feel that the finance world and the companies have understood more than governments. And then there's a big issue from the UK, the net zero, that you need a global net zero by 2050. But what's hidden in the net? In a global level, it's just zero. There's no net. There's no hiding. So what's in this net? And how to define nature-based solutions? I think that will be a big question. Yeah, so countries are supposed to ratchet up their NDCs and finance. The big question will be, how do we finance a global path to net zero? Yeah, these are more like the details that might be financed. Yeah, how much finance has come up? Is a loan, is that financing? From Norway, it would say yes, we're financing through this loan. India would say no, this is a loan, we have to pay it back, it's not finance. And then finance for mitigation and adaptation, and then loss and damage, the damage that's already done. Developed countries have not been very eager to have that on the agenda. And then there's much talk about the net zero target. Australia does not have one, India does not have one. Will they come with one to Glasgow, announce one? And my question is that isn't it really more important what we do before 2030, what countries actually do, than to have like a new ambitious targets in 30 years? So, yeah, the carbon. If you have questions about the market mechanisms, we can talk about that later. But then I put up these questions, but maybe that's for later.
Yeah, we can take any immediate questions now. We can first give you a round of applause. Any immediate questions now? Yes, here.
So this will be COP26, right? And 6 years ago we had this almost voluntary agreement kind of thing in Paris that everyone was super happy about, and now you see that only 5 or 6 countries are actually anywhere near meeting their self-defined targets. And then is it really, necessary to talk about new targets when no one is really doing anything to meet their already set targets?
I'll just have to repeat the question for the stream. The question was, given that very few countries have actually fulfilled their targets that they set 5 years ago or in the course of the last 5 years after Paris, is there any point in setting new targets when the old ones haven't been met? I think that's more or less the gist.
Should I stop? I can stop sharing so you can see those other people. Yeah. Yes and no. I think it's important to keep it on the agenda in every country, that you have the meetings, that you have the COPs. That countries actually have to send delegations. To be part of the agreement, you have to have nationally determined contributions, or you have to think about it. It puts sort of an international pressure, and it may mobilize people in those countries to push their governments. But of course, it's not enough, and it's never been enough. And international negotiations, they're not catalytic in the way that they, in theory, were thought to be. And there are lots of other concerns, especially now with Corona. It's very difficult for many countries to prioritize climate. So I don't know. Is there a point? I think there is a point, but the point won't get us there. The COPs won't get us to the target. You have to have national and local action. Yeah. I think that was a question.
Question, yeah, here. Yeah.
And she has a question. Yeah, sorry.
In this new world where we have globalization is becoming an increasing part of our system, and it's steadily increasing. Is it sort of outdated to only include states in this COP system? Should we focus more on non-state actors, for example, international businesses that may have an increasing role in this?
The question was, in a globalized world, is it still relevant to just focus on states? Should non-state actors like big businesses be a part of these kind of treaties and initiatives?
Well, it's moved a lot after Paris. I mean, Paris was the first international climate deal where you recognize the non-state actors. And you have separate negotiation tracks, or I don't have a better word in English for indigenous people. So you have negotiations for the indigenous people, of course, with the states involved, but at least it's put on the agenda. You have gender, you have other issues that sort of broadens the perspective of the negotiations, and you have a lot of presence from non-state actors, both companies and many. Yeah, this is maybe not so positive, but many delegations also have businesses in there. For instance, South Africa has their main state coal company as part of their COP delegation. So I think we have to think of it more of as how do you say this in not so academic term? More of as a plural or as a many-faceted process, that you have the COPs as the main state meeting. So you have to be a state to be a part of the UN, and the UN system is one country, one vote. So that's also part of why it's important to keep it within the UN, because it's a system where all countries are actually represented. Then you have all these other things going on that can draw in the same direction. You have G7, and you have this World Economic Forum. You have different meetings. So you have to have it on the agenda everywhere. But I think still meeting under the UN umbrella is important because it's the most legitimate system that we have for international interaction. Yeah.
We have time for one more quick question here. So the question was, COP is very inaccessible to people. How could it be made more accessible?
Yeah, it's become more and more closed, actually. Also, the Norwegian delegation is more closed. It used to have more NGO and research delegates within that could follow and had access to all the rooms. So it's more and more closed rooms, and it's more and more, the real negotiations are more and more behind closed doors. So even you bring head of G77, that's the developing countries, and the US and the EU into a room, and you talk together, and no one knows. It's kind of closed what was discussed, and it's a problem. It's a problem that we don't know what's really going on, and also there's a lot of, even if you're there in the negotiations, it's a lot of nitty-gritty, and it's really difficult. What are they really talking about? I went there, and they were discussing a comma for 15 minutes, and then the last 15 minutes, it was 45 minutes. In the last 15 minutes they used on, so who's going to email who and how are we going to do this? Because we have some suggestions for this same sentence, and we're discussing this sentence and how to deal with the chair, the leader.
So there's a lot of ego there.
I don't know if it's, but it's
For me, that's ego.
I think that in diplomacy, it's a diplomatic exercise. And a lot of diplomacy is about chemistry between people. And I think that that's also one of the reasons why we should keep those high-level negotiations, because there's some people that have been there. They've been there for 20 years and they know each other. And I think that the influence, actually in Norway we have, compared to many other countries, we actually have a rather good basis for influence in our politicians. I know I've been in meetings where we have NGOs from Brazil and we have some people from the Ministry of Environment in Brazil, and these people have worked in their respective jobs for 20 years, they never met before. And in that case, in Norway we have a channel in, and Norway can also be used as a channel for those NGOs in other countries. We can facilitate the dialogue. But it's, but I agree, it's close. We don't know what's really going on, and sometimes it's quite, not understandable what they're really discussing. But I think we need to, it's sort of an own dynamic and an own language, this diplomacy world, and a lot of things happen behind closed doors.
We'll have to stop it there, because we have two other speakers who are going to come, and somebody who is quite close up to these negotiations at the moment, or at least up to the organisation of the COP, is Rachel Kennelly, who's from Friends of the Earth in England, Wales and Northern Ireland. As I was saying earlier, Scotland always gets its own thing, whereas poor little Wales, my home country, always gets kind of lumped in with England. For about 900 years, I think it is now. See if I can get you up on the screen, Rachel. So if you want to, you can sit, and we'll hopefully have time at the end for you to come up for a little bit more discussion. Yes, we can see you.
Great, can you hear me?
We can hear you as well. It's amazing.
Fabulous.
Let me see if I can just put you up on the main screen. But Rachel is going to tell us a little bit more about all the exciting things that are going to happen at COP. Okay, Rachel.
Great, thank you. So my name's Rachel Kennelly. I work for Friends of the Earth, England, Wales and Northern Ireland. We can go into the colonial history of England and fragmented Ireland another time. But I'm the international climate campaigner, and that means that while our kind of organisation is nationally focused, I get this mandate to look more internationally. So bring in the global perspective on climate change, look at the role of the UK internationally, things like that. And part of my job is I go to the climate talks. I've been working as the Friends of the Earth international delegation at the climate talks for about 5 years, and this year I'm working on COP26 along with our colleagues at Friends of the Earth Scotland, as we're in this interesting situation where the talks are being kind of hosted by the UK-wide Westminster government, but they are actually being physically located in Glasgow in Scotland, which is a devolved country with its own government and its own climate policies and its own climate targets. So it's an extra layer of complexity to what is already a very complicated climate talks this year. But I won't go into all the intricacies of England, Scotland, UK politics. As you've already heard all about the COP and all those really important dynamics and how climate justice kind of plays out or doesn't play out inside the negotiations, I'm going to talk more about how we use the COP as a campaigning opportunity, what Friends of the Earth, England, Wales and Northern Ireland's approaches to it, kind of what our plans are, and also kind of, how you can get involved in some of those plans. I do have some slides later, because at one point, otherwise I'm just going to be talking through a list of dates and events, which isn't very fun if you can't kind of see them laid out. But for now, you've got my face for a few minutes. So our overall approach is based on the fact that, as that last presentation kind of iterated, that the climate talks are not going to stop climate change. we already know that COP26 isn't going to get us on track for keeping global temperature rise below 1.5 degrees. The latest research shows that the revised targets that have already been submitted in that kind of NDC process take us to about 2.4 to 2.9 degrees of warming, which is obviously nowhere near where we need to be. And certainly within the UK and maybe internationally as well, we can already see the UK manoeuvring so that instead of being on track for 1.5 degrees being kind of the test of whether COP26 is a success, they're trying to move the definition of success somewhere else. And there's two examples I've got of that. So one, the UK is trying to get as many countries as possible to agree to end coal, which is great, but also quite ironic and hypocritical considering we're currently trying to get the UK to stop opening coal mines, and they won't. So that's one of our big campaigns at the moment. The UK government is also trying to get other countries to sign up to this net zero by 2050 target that we heard about in that last presentation as well. Obviously, encouraging other countries to increase their climate targets is a great thing for the UK to do, to be using whatever diplomatic power we still have in the world to be kind of upping that ambition. But that net zero target is one, what is that net? What's hidden in there? And two, even net zero by 2050 won't get us on track for 1.5 degrees at all, especially from a country as wealthy and with as much historical responsibility for climate change as the UK. So this all feels a lot like a distraction from the real kind of talks and the real kind of action that's needed. And it allows governments to slap themselves on the back in November and then kind of delay climate action till mid-century. So I'm expecting to see quite a lot of headlines about net zero by 2050 on the 13th of November after the COP is finished. So given all that, it's really important to remember that the future of the planet won't be decided in those 2 weeks at COP. That's a year-round job for all of us, internationally, nationally, in our towns and local communities. But saying that, of course, COP is still a great opportunity. It's still a really important moment, a really great tool that we can use. It's just not the be-all and end-all. So some of the things that COP's really good for, so it's really good for influencing the narrative around climate change, bringing in those international perspectives, making sure we're talking about the whole breadth of climate and the scale of ambition we need. It's also really good for one thing I learned a few years ago at COP is an image taken at COP that's kind of above an action that can be very bright and colourful and interesting and dynamic, can travel around the world very quickly in the media compared to a load of officials sat behind desks. So there's ways that we can use COPs to really get our message much further, and especially bring in those international narratives around disproportionate impacts, disproportionate responsibility for climate breakdown. You can really bring that more into your national narratives than at other times in the year, and make sure the voices of those people and communities that are most impacted by climate change are heard in spaces where they're often ignored. Another thing the climate talks are good for is to bring people together from across different countries and movements, for strategizing, for coordination, to learn from one another, so we can create more change than we would do individually. Also for movement building, right? So for big mobilizations, for mobilizing lots of people, making our demands heard, showing our power, and bringing more people on board, so growing our strength. And finally, COPs are really good for driving that national change that's so essential. In the run-up to COP, after COP, COP's just the kind of moment in the middle, really. And it's great for pushing national governments to go further and faster than they otherwise would, because there's a bit more international pressure on them. Friends of the Earth, England, Wales and Northern Ireland have had some success at this already in the last year. So back in March, the UK government agreed to end export credit financing for fossil fuels overseas. This was a huge win for us and our allies, and would not have happened if we couldn't leverage COP to kind of like put that extra pressure on the government. So yeah, while we will be inside the talks, kind of monitoring negotiations, doing media work, creating policy updates, demanding those higher emissions targets, more climate finance, that loss and damage is on the agenda, trying to stop carbon markets, things like that, we know that we can have more impact outside the climate talks, and that's where we're putting most of our efforts. First, to push the UK to end its support for fossil fuels, and secondly, to inspire and strengthen our network so we can come out of 2021 stronger. Our focus on ending fossil fuels is based around kind of 4 projects, kind of symbolic, emblematic projects, and I'm just going to share my screen, hopefully, to introduce you to those. Hopefully you can see that. I hope so. So yeah, this is the first one is the new Cambo oil field off the coast of Shetland. Campaigning so far means that the future of this oil field is looking far from certain. We've done a lot of work, we've got quite far, but there's obviously still lots to do. We really want to phase out all extraction from the North Sea and make sure there is a just transition for workers and communities that rely on that industry. And we'll be talking a lot about the Cambo oil field in the North Sea at COP26 as the talks are in Scotland, which is where most of the North Sea kind of oil and gas industry is. And this is a real priority for Friends of the Earth Scotland. Next up is the Whitehaven coal mine. So this is planned for an area of the northwest coast of England. It would be the first mine opened in the UK in 30 years. Why we want to open a coal mine, I have no idea. And as you can see, it's very much on the coast. So there's lots of worries and concerns about the impact on kind of ecosystems and the environment on land, but also the marine ecosystem. It's also quite near a bit of the sea where we put a lot of ammunition after the Second World War. So there's some slight explosive issues as well that we're quite worried about. So next up is the $1 billion investment by the UK government in a new gas mega project in Mozambique. We've brought a potentially precedent-setting legal case against the government, both working in the UK but also with Friends of the Earth Mozambique. This is a huge project, could increase Mozambique's emissions by 10% a year, just in its first stage. And it's also been, you may have seen a lot of the violence in certain regions of Mozambique recently. The gas industry and this project are kind of connected to that, and they've been exacerbating that situation. And finally, the last kind of symbolic project we are looking at is Horse Hill, which is a new oil production site with 4 wells in the south of England, which obviously is quite small compared to some of those other projects, but really important because this is kind of really important for movement building in what is kind of quite a rich area of the UK. We're supporting a legal challenge brought by a local campaigner there as well. So those are the 4 projects we're using as this kind of symbolic or emblematic way of highlighting the hypocrisy of the UK government, that they're hosting a COP, saying they're climate leaders, whereas really they're quite happy to dig up new coal, oil and gas and fund this similar in other countries as well. So the other half of our approach is this movement building. So using the climate talks as an opportunity to build the climate movement so it's stronger, to make more connections. It's a great opportunity for us to support our network, to increase their understanding of and take action on climate justice issues, bringing that international perspective into our national narrative and our national work, as well as connecting kind of with broad and diverse allies at home and internationally, because you do have all these different groups operating around COP, not just kind of traditional climate or environment groups. So we're putting a real emphasis on people power, on events, on bringing people together safely. Obviously, it's a bit different this year. So given that we're putting this focus on a lot of people power and movement building, we're working in a lot of coalitions. This is the main one that I want to introduce you to because it's quite important for kind of Glasgow. The COP26 coalition is organising around the climate talks in a transformative, climate justice-centred way, includes lots of UK and international groups from the breadth of civil society, trade unions, faith groups, development groups, environment groups, migrant justice groups, etc. I recommend you check out their website, sign up to their mailing list if you're interested in COP26. I'm actually going to send lots of links to Aled to share with you with the presentation, so you don't have to copy these links down, you'll get them all later. Yeah. So, onto the events, what we're actually doing in Glasgow. Some of the following events are organised by the COP26 coalition. Some are Friends of the Earth events. The events that are available online or for those people outside of Glasgow I've highlighted in pink. There'll be lots of stuff on the ground, but there's going to be lots of kind of hybrid things so that lots of people can access these events. I'll run through them quickly. So on Sunday the 31st, we've got the opening movement assembly. This is run by the COP26 coalition. It's going to be online and in Glasgow, and it's going to centre the voices of people who can't make it to the COP. This is important every year, but especially this year, as so many people from the Global South, Indigenous groups, and from frontline communities can't attend due to visa, travel, or vaccination difficulties. Every weekend after that, every weekday, sorry, after that, during the evening, there'll be more assemblies where people who are inside the talks will be sharing what's been discussed that day. And that's to inform the narratives and any actions that people want to plan or interventions they want to make from outside the talks. On Monday the 1st, there's going to be the Raising the Flag for Climate Justice action. The COP26 coalition are collecting flags from different movements, different issues, different countries. They're going to display them in Glasgow on the route to COP. So as you're approaching COP, you'll see all these different issues that are involved. Then we fast forward a little bit to Friday the 5th. There's a climate strike called by the Youth Strikers. Then in the evening, there's the first Friends of the Earth event, which is going to be a welcome event for our activists from around the UK and Europe and around the world who are travelling to Glasgow to join the mobilisations over that weekend. The 5th is also the first day of an exhibition which we're putting on. It's going to be online and in Glasgow, and it's going to feature photos and videos from across the Friends of the Earth network. It tells the story of people fighting climate change all over the world. It'll run to the 12th of November in Glasgow, but online it'll go on longer. Saturday the 6th, this is really the main event. This is the Global Day of Action on Climate Justice, a day of decentralised marches and events and mobilisations across the UK and across the world. Obviously, movement building and mobilisations need to look a bit different this year from previous years. So instead of huge centralised marches where everybody gets together in one city, we're putting a much heavier emphasis on local towns, cities, communities, so people can take action where they live rather than having to travel huge distances. So we're doing lots of decentralised events. There will be a march in Glasgow, the closing rally from which will be available online to share, to view and to share at these events around the world to kind of connect them all together. After the march, it's going to be a party. So there'll be the Friends of the Earth kind of gathering or party where people will be able to warm up, get some dinner, hear from some inspiring speakers, possibly have a dance, but that is very much COVID risk assessment dependent, so I'm not promising anything. And then on Sunday the 7th, on the Sunday morning, we'll be back out on the streets of Glasgow for a Friends of the Earth action targeting North Sea oil and gas. Sunday is also the first day of the People Summit, which is a COP26 coalition event running from the 7th to the 10th of November. And it's basically a counter summit to the talks, so including interactive workshops, panel discussions, strategy sessions, artistic and cultural contributions about climate justice and based from a climate justice perspective. And many of those events will be available online and in person. We've got quite a few sessions at this, including one on false solutions like offsetting and hydrogen and nature-based solutions, and another on financing fossil fuel projects like the Mozambique LNG project, and one on dirty energy fights internationally as well. The programme for that will go online hopefully on Monday, and I'll make sure that you get the link to that in case you're interested in that one. And they're just the highlights that we're involved with. There will be a huge number of other activities during the 2 weeks, many online, many cultural and artistic events. There's a whole fringe festival of kind of art events going on, and many of the events from inside the conference centre will also be streamed online. So if you're interested in them, once the programme's released, you can kind of interact that way. So just to kind of like pick out a few things that you can get involved in, not in Glasgow, kind of the highlights, I suppose. So supporting the Global Day of Action for Climate Justice on the 6th of November is kind of the biggest, kind of most important moment to get involved, I think. You can do that online, amplifying the Global Day of Action on social media. I'll send you the links to those kind of various social media accounts. But what would be even better is if people have the energy and motivation is to organise an event on the 6th of November, locally in a city near you, kind of whatever, but something where people can take action together. That would be wonderful. And there is a link to more details about how to organise that on the website, the COP26 website, which I will link you to as well. You can also take part in the online sessions at the People's Summit between the 7th and the 10th. The programme should be out soon, and join that opening movement assembly on the 31st of October. The best way to hit updates about all those things is following the COP26 Coalition on social media and joining their mailing list, which is on their website. Also, if you are interested in coming to Glasgow, the COP26 Coalition homepage has information about how you can do that, accommodation, things like that. From a Friends of the Earth perspective, we'd obviously really love for you to visit the exhibition online when that goes live, and in particular support the North Sea oil and gas action on the morning of the 7th of November on social media. It would be fantastic, particularly great to have Norwegian support as kind of like our comrades in trying to stop extraction in the North Sea. I think that would be particularly powerful to have that representation from both sides of the North Sea. For more information on all of that, you can follow Friends of the Earth England, Wales and Northern Ireland and Friends of the Earth Scotland on social media. I suppose the other way, big opportunity to get involved if you want to be more kind of focused on the talks is, making sure you're highlighting to your government, to your decision makers, kind of those kind of key issues that fall off the agenda at COP, very conveniently for rich countries like the UK and Norway. So things like nature-based solutions, things like really increasing kind of your NDCs, your climate targets, that net zero, digging down into what that net means, carbon markets, and really just backing the demands of developing countries over kind of the developed country group. I will finish there, because that was quite a lot of information. But I will send around links to all of the websites and social media and stuff I mentioned.
Thank you, Rachel. I realised I should have turned you around to see the actual people who you're speaking to, rather than a blackboard. See if
I assume it's just me and you, Alex.
No, there is an auditorium of very, very engaged people here. I think you can see them now. Brilliant. I think we'll wait for questions until after the next speaker as well. So Elisa Årets is deputy leader in Spire, who I've mentioned before are the youth organisation of something called the Development Fund, which is an organisation that works in many, many different countries in the global south with surprisingly enough development, but they do a lot of work on climate change, on food security, on a lot of different issues, trade justice as well. And Elisa is one of the people who works most closely with climate change, I think it's fair to say, and with COP. And Spire have also made a very, very good website about COP, which is really, really good, explains it all in a very easy to understand way, and is a resource that you can all use. And Elisa is going to say a little bit more about, what is going on at COP from a kind of Norwegian perspective and that kind of thing. Can you hear us, Elisa?
Sort of.
Okay, we can hear you. If you're ready, go ahead.
Yeah, great. I'll try and share my screen. Email. The presentation. Yeah, sorry. There's a problem with my computer. Could you please share it for me? I just sent it to you on email. Thank you. Perfect, thank you. Yeah, so my name is Lisa Osnes. Thank you for the introduction, Aled. I'm deputy leader of Spire, and we work a lot with how national and international politics are connected. Is everything okay, Aled?
Yeah, I'm just trying to find out how to do the full screen. Don't worry about my facial expressions. We're saying it's fine.
Good. You look confused. Great. So, of course, the climate negotiations are a very important part of that. We also follow UN's negotiations on food and on nature, and try to focus on how they all are together. As has been mentioned earlier, for example, the nature and how nature are connected to climate change is now an important part of COP26, and food security are a very important part of it. So they're all interconnected. So we focus on coherence between the different UN meetings and coherence between Norway's politics at home and in the negotiations. Could you take the next page, please? Thank you. So first of all, this is not a very positive opening, I realize, but some challenges with the negotiations today and how they affect youth's ability to influence. First of all, there's a problem of unequal participation in the negotiations. And especially power. As you know, power is very strongly related to money. And there's a big tendency where the big polluters get a lot of power in the negotiations, very much bigger than the civil society often. So there's a big problem here. For example, you can think of like how much influence the oil lobby gets in Norway. For example, it's multiplied in the negotiation. There's a lot of different big polluters that gets a lot of power, unfortunately. So that's a big challenge. In addition, there's also the problem of, as you spoke of earlier, there's a problem of the negotiations being having been extended. Some of the meetings, there has been some meetings organized digitally. For example, the SB meeting, which was in June. It was digitally, which means that it makes it way more difficult for us to actually lobby. It makes some of the most important things we do are like getting in contact with the politicians at the lunch or asking them to take a coffee. All of those different meetings areas suddenly just disappeared and made it more difficult for us to lobby. So it's not becoming easier over the years, unfortunately. In addition, Corona has also made participating way more harder for the global south. And here the vaccine injustice comes in. As you know, Glasgow or COP26, which are happening in Glasgow in November, are still being planned to be physical, not a hybrid meeting. There's been some talk about some meetings also being streamed, but the main meeting is physical. And it makes it way more harder for the countries that hasn't come that far in the vaccination programs, as we've done in Norway, for example. And that's because of very injustice in the distribution of vaccines, where the powerful countries in the global north have hoarded on vaccine and not having a fair distribution there. So there's a very big problem for countries in the global south. The UK has promised to have some sort of distribution, but it's of vaccines for delegations of observers. They promised that in summer, But it was a very difficult sort of way to actually apply for the vaccine. And it just started, and so it's very late and has had a lot of communications problems there. Could you take the next page, please? So there's been a lot of civil society not being pleased, and due to lack of representations in the negotiations earlier. The last negotiation was in December 2019, COP25, which was supposed to be in Chile, but were moved to Madrid. Here, there had been a lot of momentum being built up on climate change and climate justice. However, this was not apparent in the negotiations inside. It was very apparent in the streets and the civil society demonstrating and all over the world, but not in the negotiations. It was very affected by some countries stopping the process. Just there was a lot of less progress, and the civil society was really not being heard. That led to big demonstrations and a lot of civil societies being debadged, also kicked out of negotiations. A very big case there. Next page, please. Thank you. But we do have some political impact. I think the most important part of youth, especially, is being watchdogs. We have a very important position in the mobilization we have gathered around climate strikes, and our effect is on how we are affected by climate change has really built up momentum. Very many politicians have promised beautiful things, said beautiful words, especially here in Norway. The Norwegian Prime Minister has had a tendency to have good formulations, but not following on the politics. So a very important job that we have is being there at the negotiations, being watchdogs, making sure that the politicians actually, or Norway or your country, actually do as they say that they have promised. So making sure that they speak up about what we have tried to get them to say earlier, actually following things they have said. When it comes to youth, especially, it's the problem of actually being having a real participation. I think it's really vital to focus on. There is some events that's organized especially for youth. For example, the event that was just now, Youth for Climate, which is and other events such as pre-COP and everything for youth. Those events are good. They especially because they often end in some sort of common declarations of what youth expect from the governments, and can be used, and it's not bad at all. The problem is that these are events organized outside. It's not a real negotiation. They're parallel things happening, and if the demands are actually being heard, it's good. But there's a tendency that these events are happening like at the side of it, like youths collaborating and making good demands there, but they need to be actually included in the negotiations as well. We can't just be put apart on the meeting on the side and not being heard in the negotiations. We have to actually have a real participation there. So I think it's really important to use these events, but also demand to be heard in the actual negotiations to influence politics, and also being there to make sure that they listen to the demands being forwarded by the youths. Yeah, the most important job is being watchdogs and also influencing parties. which is countries in this UN language, UN appropriations. Youth have a very important part here, demanding that we are being heard, that the momentum around the climate strikes are actually being included in the negotiations. And you have a lot of possibilities in affecting your own government and other governments. To ensure that this happened, it's vital that we have a good organized civil society, which I believe we do today. We have a lot of different platforms and umbrella organizations that makes it possible to cooperate. One example of this is Forum, which and Friends of the Earth Norway, and now also Nature and Youth are a part of, where the civil society in Norway meets, and we have regular meetings with different working groups, and it's a very good platform to cooperate. Here we, for example, make one we cooperate on one on demands for the Norwegian delegation and what we expect them to think on different subjects. And I think it's really a good, great to have this common platform. Also to help each other understand what's going on. It's really difficult to actually being able to understand. It's a whole new language with all these different abbreviations. So it's a really nice platform to help each other here. Another platform is LNU, which is especially for youth. So if some of you guys plan to go, I'm going and I'm really looking forward to it. So if any of you are planning to go, please contact me or and become a part of some of these umbrella platforms. Forum and LNU, it's a really good place to cooperate. It's also important to cooperate internationally with civil society all over the world. It's very a good, great power in that. Examples of organizations or umbrella organizations that do that is CAN, Climate Action Network, and YONGO, which is especially for youth organizations. Could the next page, please? Thank you. Another very vital part about how you can influence COP is what you do at home. Especially this year, there aren't that many accreditations that are possibilities to go because of corona limitations because of coronavirus. And so, but there is a lot of things you can do at home as well. As was mentioned earlier by Solveig from CSO, the Paris Agreement is based on a very vital part of the Paris Agreement, which was agreed on at COP21, is that they are based on nationally determined contributions, or NDCs. That means that the politics or the contribution of each countries are agreed on at home, which means that it's the Norwegian government that does that. That makes it possible to possible to affect a lot of things here at home. So you don't actually have to travel to COP to affect what Norway does in climate, in the UN on climate change. It's the most important thing is here at home. And also you can, first of all, build momentum, contribute to building up momentum around COP. The climate strikes has done a lot to do that. You can, at COP25, there were strikes all over the world to demand that climate justice, and it's very important to do that here in Norway or in your country as well. In addition, you can also build on that momentum. The COPs are normally each year, and that leads to a lot of attention towards climate change. So you can use that. For example, you can all over the year use the Paris Agreement to point to how Norway should be more radical in their climate policy. So use the momentum and contribute to building up momentum. It's very vital things to do here at home. Next page, please. this relates to the part of the civil society being organized. As mentioned, it's very difficult to understanding what's really going on. And I really recommend you guys, if you're traveling, to try and get a hold of what's really the different observations and stuff. We have, as Aled mentioned, we have made a new webpage, which I've tried to, which is the aim is to sort of be like a very simple guide to understanding negotiations. And I really recommend you guys to check this out. If you're traveling as well, or wanting to have a political impact, I also recommend you guys to it's so many important and very interesting subjects being discussed at COP, but they're also very technical. So I recommend you guys not to try to focus on one or two subjects, and really figuring out what is the tension here now, what's still being debated. For example, one thing that's very vital to climate justice is the loss and damage, which is part of the Paris Agreement. It relates to how countries in the global south should be compensated for the consequences climate change has. That includes both things such as extreme weather, being compensated for that, or how the water rises, like things that's already happening with climate change, being compensated for these injustices. Because as you know, even though the global south haven't contributed to climate change or have a historic contribution to climate change, they are the ones being most affected by it. So loss and damage is a very vital part of this. Here, even though it's being agreed on in the Paris Agreement in 2015, we still haven't, there still hasn't been any money actually being focused on this. And it doesn't, you can't just have agreeing on stuff without actually contributing with money on it. So that's a big thing that you can focus on if you're traveling. And also there's the problem of actually starting up the work with loss and damage. A very positive thing with negotiations is that the whole of the world are agreeing on something, like actually being, because all the countries have to agree to it being going through. But that's also leading to a very slow, not that much fremgang. And that's the loss and damage, a very good example of that haven't still agreed on the progress of how it's supposed to be implemented. And yeah, in addition to the part about loss and damage is also the problem of it being discussed at the meetings, the agenda. That's also a very big discussion of where the global north has. There's a tendency that problems being relevant to the global north have a much bigger space in the agenda than themes relevant for the global south, such as loss and damage. So if you want to go, I really recommend you all to engage in the UN negotiation. It's very, very important to have youth there. We have a lot of possibilities to influence. Just try to, if you can use it in different ways, either as a way to build up momentum, but if you want to actually affect the delegations, you have to not take on too much, focusing on smaller things, and cooperating with the rest of the civil society is a very great idea to actually, get a historic, get a bigger overview of what's going on and what's actually possible to achieve. yeah, I hope it became somewhere clear about what you can do. I struggled to hear you earlier, but maybe if there's some questions, feel free to, maybe Ellett can repeat them. Or maybe.
Sorry, we have a little bit of time to do questions to both Rachel and Elisa. Before we do some questions, just wanted to comment on a few things that came up in the presentation. I work with COP from Friends of the Earth's side here in Norway, and there's a few things that we definitely want to do. So Rachel mentioned this idea of having decentralized demonstrations around the world on Saturday the 6th. I think it would be great to have that in Norway now that we're able to come together, and there's a climate strike the day before. Obviously that's up to you who are actually young to do. Just for those of you who weren't around in 2019 for the climate strikes in Norway, I think about 10% of all Norwegian schools kids were out on the streets. It was massive, and it completely changed the climate debate in Norway in a number of ways, and it would be great to get that momentum back, and students were really, really important in that climate strike movement. So the groups in Oslo, our groups in Oslo had weekly strikes that they were coordinating at one point, and there were strikes all over the country. There were strikes everywhere from Svalbard to the south of the country. So I think there's a lot of potential there. We're also thinking of having an event before COP with Forum, which is a coalition for all kind of environment NGOs and development NGOs, to kind of explain COP a bit more to the media and to other interested people. We're thinking of having that on the morning of Tuesday the 26th of October. And that will also be streamed. And we'll be doing stuff kind of from the COP in Glasgow, in particular for us, doing stuff on kind of raising our international programs. So Friends of the Earth, we have programs in Nigeria, in other African countries, in Russia. There'll be some of our representatives from those countries at COP, and we'll be looking to do some kind of stuff with them. And as Elisa said, there are a lot of different issues that we'll be working on, but there are particularly two that we're focusing on from the Norwegian side, and the first is climate finance. So Norway, even though Norway has this lot of money in the rainforest initiatives in Brazil and Indonesia and other countries, it's still not enough. And climate finance wasn't really an issue, apart from for like geeks like me and other people who wrote reports on them, until the climate strikes. Because the climate strikes in Norway also had a demand for 65 billion Norwegian kroner to climate finance, which is about a bit more than 1% of GMP, I think. That was the first time that was ever on the agenda, and now it's something that all parties are talking about. Even the Conservative Party before the election had a big discussion about climate finance. So that's one thing the strikes have done, and that'll be a big issue going into the COP. What will the new Norwegian government do? I'm laughing as I say that because I'm not terribly confident the new Norwegian government is going to be better than the old one. The other issue is oil and gas. It looks like this time, finally, at COP, it won't just be a kind of disembodied discussion about emissions without any connection to what actually causes the emissions, because that's what Norway in particular has been able to get away with at COPs. It looks now like there will be a discussion about oil and gas, because there are two initiatives that are really exciting that we're working with internationally. The first is an initiative to get a global treaty between oil and gas producing nations for common reductions in production. The reason for that is every time we say Norway should cut its oil and gas, it says, oh, why should we do that? They won't do that. So why not go together and have a treaty? That's one thing. And another thing related to that is something called the Beyond Oil and Gas Alliance, which is an initiative by Denmark and Costa Rica, where they're putting that into practice, basically. They are saying we're going to form an alliance of states that will say no, or at least reduce further oil and gas production. Obviously, Denmark and Costa Rica aren't exactly the world's biggest oil and gas producers. They're certainly nowhere near as big as Norway. But there have been efforts to get the UK on side with that, and my understanding is they nearly joined. But at least for once, with the launch of this coalition, there will be a discussion about oil and gas, and those are the kind of things that we will want to raise. Are there any questions for any of the panelists, actually? I don't know, Solveig, if you want to come back up? Yeah.
A question, maybe it's like, how can countries that are maybe
Exploitation?
How can those countries become more like model countries instead of, yeah, like being bigger exploiting countries?
Yeah, the question was, can you hear okay, Elisa? No, but you can hear me? Yeah, I'll repeat the question. The question was, how can the countries that are most kind of exploitative when it comes to climate change be improved? What kind of things would need to happen? I don't know if anyone in particular wants to kind of jump in on that.
How they want to can improve or affect? What was the question?
Like how can you make exploiting countries on climate change kind of less exploitative, make them better on climate change through the COP?
Yeah, it's much of what you can do there is at home, actually making sure that the countries do as they say. And there's still a lot of things being discussed at the Paris Agreement. Not everything has been agreed on yet. I think one very vital part there is Article 6 with quotations and the market mechanism. And what's the case now is that you can risk quotations being double counted, and that's a very big part that big polluters countries it's very negative if the different you can count the emissions reduction of emissions twice. So that's a very important thing, I think, for making sure that the exploiting countries are being called, are having to actually being responsible. Article 6.
Yeah, Article 6 is on kind of carbon trading basically, and well, they haven't agreed the rules yet. They've the last two conferences couldn't agree on the rules because some countries, particularly Brazil, wanted what they called double counting, as Elisa said. So they were like, if you buy credits in Brazil, it can count to our emissions as well as the home country who buys it. And Norway has been quite keen on buying on carbon trading because if there's one thing Norway's got, it's money. So that's one very easy way to kind of get out of it. I don't know, Solveig, if you want to come in on that as well.
Yeah, no. It's always cheaper for Norway to pay someone else to cut emissions than to cut ourselves. But it's quite interesting. The debate has moved a little bit away from that cutting at home or abroad towards the oil debate that's been sort of very much on the fringes of the climate debate, and now it's more central, especially in the elections. So that's very interesting. Although I think we're rather far from joining any coalition on petroleum. Biden has been pushing for a fossil-free Arctic. Sort of easier for him to do it in Alaska than all over the US. This is a bit interesting if all the Arctic major powers go together. I think that's would push more pressure on Norway than this Costa Rica-Denmark coalition. But what can you do? There are lots of things that have to happen at the same time for countries with a lot of emissions and earning a lot of money on those emissions to change. Brazil is a good example. They made it in 2005. They were managed to put policies. There was international pressure. There was a massive national pressure, and there was a momentum in Brazilian politics for doing something with the rainforest. And this has completely changed. So it's not climate policy is something that it's a constant work, especially for civil society. It's a constant struggle. You don't reach the target and okay, that's it. It's a bit like abortion. You have to you have to keep maintaining your victory. And it's it's not a very happy thing to say to you, but it's not like the work will be done. The watchdog that they talked about, Spira talked about, it's a very important position because it's very easy for politicians to make promises. And I think this net zero 2050 goal is the kind of, okay, we're sort of not on track to meet our 2030 goal, so we'll have a 2050 goal that's much more ambitious. And of course, the people in government now are not the ones there in 2050. So, yeah.
Thank you, Solveig. And yeah, just on that, so Norway, one of Norway's most famous paying other people to do stuff thing, which is actually really good, by the way, I'm not counting that, is the Rainforest Initiative. And if I'm not mistaken, I read yesterday that Indonesian payments, they failed to make a new agreement with Indonesia. So the two biggest people involved in that, which were Brazil and Indonesia, are now at least temporarily out. Which means they need to think kind of again about how they do this with the rainforest protection. But that has been a very important part of Norway's climate finance and how it kind of bigs itself up at these international events. We probably have time for like one more question. We will have time to discuss these things a bit more tomorrow, so don't worry if you've got lots of ideas here. Yeah, there's a question here. Yeah, I can actually answer that as well, and Elisa can come in, I think, if I forget anything. The question was, has Forum, which is this coalition in Norway, made its agreed and made its demands to the government? Just to say, it is actually like I don't like often this thing of like Norway's the best in the world at everything kind of thing going on in Norway. But one thing that is unique about Norway in this sense is the coalition of NGOs. We work very, very closely. I think Rachel can nod or shake her head, but I think this isn't like a thing at COP that like all the British NGOs meet every morning to discuss issues and share intelligence.
Yeah, at least twice a day.
Oh, okay. There you go then. I was totally wrong.
That's too.
Then I'm wrong.
Very boring.
Yeah, but at least in other countries than Britain, then there isn't really this culture of doing that. Thanks, Rachel, for completely undermining my point. But but the point was anyway that there is a very very good cooperation in Norway. So what we do is we meet very often and we make joint demands to, or demands is probably the wrong thing. It's more kind of like inspill. It's advice almost, but with a kind of hard edge of please do it. Which we've already done, basically. So because it has to be done by a certain deadline usually. And we often invite the Norwegian delegation's head to come and talk to us about that. And then we're at COP, we can meet with the delegation. Usually the climate and environment minister goes, along with some junior ministers and the parliamentary committee on environment and energy. So it's an opportunity also to meet with them. It's not always the most fun meeting because obviously they can't just kind of make up new policy on the spot, but it is an opportunity to kind of feed into these issues, and we have quite a good relationship with the delegation. I mean, it has to be said that Norway has obviously very, very good kind of bureaucrats, if you like, who negotiate and they're very well respected around the world. They're often given kind of head positions to coordinate negotiations, but of course these government civil servants, they can't, like, they're not politicians. They can't just make up policy as they go along. They have to follow what the government says. And we've talked about it a few times today, but this week, for those of you who didn't notice, the government coalition negotiations kind of turned a point where the Socialist Left Party left the negotiations, and now it's just the Labour Party and the Centre Party that are left in it. And we're a little bit scared about what that means in terms of environmental and climate policy. So who is going to be environment minister is a big question for me. Got some ideas. None of them are particularly appealing.
Who's going to be the agriculture minister and who's going to be the minister for energy? Those are questions that you should pay attention to if you want to follow Norwegian climate politics. And
yeah, there's a real possibility for those who aren't aware that someone who is literally an oil company owner will be the oil minister. Or he's an oil director, well, I don't know what you'd call it, investor. So that's going to be fun. We're going to have to stop it there, though, because we're about to go on, for Elisa and Rachel, we're about to go on a little bike ride and then clean some plastic off a beach. So yeah, not just theory today, there's a bit of practice as well. Thank you so much for being there on Zoom. One round of applause for them and for Solveig as well. See you in Glasgow, Rachel, and see you, Elisa, probably before then as well. Bye-bye.
Oh, sorry, we couldn't hear that bit.
I said just see you in Glasgow.
Yeah, see you in Glasgow.
On
Bye.
Zoom before. Bye-bye. Right. Has Anna Guri come back yet? No? In that case, we'll just wait for Anna Guri to return. because she's coordinated the bike ride. You've all got your codes now, I believe. If there are any problems, again, just let us know. We're starting in, I think, half an hour. So we'll just get hold of Anaguri and see what's happened. And yeah, thank you for today. There'll be a lot more time, hopefully, for kind of discussion stuff tomorrow. We start at, I can't remember when we start tomorrow now. I think we start at 9:30 we start tomorrow. But obviously we have this bike ride today and then dinner. So thank you for today. Thank you so much. And do take everything you have with you. Don't leave anything in here. It's probably the best idea. And yeah, looking forward to the bike ride. Thank you for today.